Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, both. How are you?
Good.
Very well.
Good.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Good. I'll just wait till I have the all clear that everybody who should be on the line is on the line and ready to go. Good morning, Hayley.
Good morning, Justice Moran. Yes, we have both counsel on the line. If counsel can just confirm that the next witness is already on the call, please, ready to be called. I can't see that they're there.
Yes, I confirm that the claimant second witness is already on the call.
Okay, wonderful. Then yes, Justice Moran, we're ready to begin.
And you don't have to reopen the case, as it were, Hayley. We just proceed as before.
Correct.
And
yes.
is Lena available to either swear or affirm the witness at his preference?
I can assist with that this morning.
Thank you. That's very good of you. Thank you very much, Hayley. Right. Well, let's proceed. And I presume is there any housekeeping matter that we need to deal with before Mr. Garg is called?
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding the documents that are submitted to the court, we've received a copy of the document, and I believe the Defendant's Counsel has sent 3 documents, out of which we agree to the addition of Annexure 3 to the bundle, which has been discussed yesterday on the business plan. And the second document is an email, an agreement between SPL and Wingold. This also we had a discussion. However, the third document, a bank statement from the Emirates NBD, we never had a discussion. So we raise our objection to include this document in the bundle.
Right. Well, I'll put those to one side because I have not looked at them yet. Unfortunately, I suspect that you, Mr. Ghosh, would want to raise these documents with Mr. Garg. Is that right?
No, this was to some extent, yes. It depends because already Mr. Sami has said that Mr. Garg is the expert as.
I've lost you, Mr. Ghosh.
To that extent, probably yes, but mainly I would like to emphasize on the investments which Mr. Garg had done through Snyder Prime Limited.
Well, let's see how we go. If I need to take a break to look at them, I will tell you, and we'll break off for me to peruse the documents at greater length. But hopefully we should be able to proceed. Can I just tell you, Mr. Ghosh, you disappeared there for a moment or froze, and I may have missed something that you said. So can I just check that your internet connection is good, all the bars or whatever the technical indication of things working correctly
Yes.
is that you are with us to stay, as it were. Anyway, keep an eye on it and make sure that we are in contact. Good. Well, over to you, Mrs. Bejoy. Please call your witness.
Mr. Anuj, if I may please request you to keep the video on. We're not able to see you. Yeah, great.
Now we can, and we can see Ms. Norton as well, who's going to swear the witness in or affirm. Good morning, Mr. Garg. Is it Garg or Garg?
Good morning, Your Honor. It's Garg, G-A-R-G.
Garg. Okay, I'll do my best. Forgive me if I get it wrong at any time. I need to ask you, first of all, whether you wish to take an oath or to be affirmed on your evidence, on the evidence that you're about to give. What is your preference in that regard?
I will take the second option of affirming.
Affirming, right. Thank you. Well, if you will just listen to Ms. Norton and follow her instructions.
Good morning, Mr. Garg. Mr. Garg, can I please ask you to confirm your full name and your occupation for the benefit of the court record?
My full name is Anuj Garg, and I'm the Managing Director of claimant number 3.
Thank you. And keeping your voice elevated, can you please repeat after me? I affirm.
I affirm.
That I will say nothing but the truth.
That I will say nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Mr. Garg.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Norton. Mr. Garg, your voice wasn't as clear as some other voices I'm hearing, So I wonder if you can move closer to the microphone that you're using or your computer, and do follow that instruction that you were just given to speak. Keep your voice up and speak clearly, not too quickly, as I have to take a note of your evidence.
Clear, Your Honor.
Good. So carry on, please, Mrs. Bijroy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garg, you have submitted 2 witness statements in this case. Can I please ask you to refer to your first witness statement found on bundle page number 358? Are you on page number 358?
Yes, I can see it.
This is your first witness statement. Can I please ask you to confirm your full name and address as reflected in the witness statement for the court's record, please?
My full name is Anuj Gar, and my address is Falcon City, Wonder Villa, WR0307, 643 Al Safa 2, Dubai, United Arab Emirates.
Okay, thank you. Could I now ask you to refer to page number 373 of the bundle?
I'm there.
Thank you. Can you confirm to the court that the signature appearing on this page is your signature?
Yes, I confirm this is my signature.
Can you also confirm to the court that the facts stated in the witness statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I confirm that.
Thank you. Could I now take you to your second witness statement, which you will find on page number 403, which is a reply witness statement to the witness statement of Mr. Mahmood Rastam Fakran. Are you on
Yes.
page number 403?
Yes.
Could you please confirm that this is your second witness statement?
Yes, this is my second witness statement.
Could I now ask you to turn to page number 408? Are
I'm
you
there.
on page? Okay, thank you. Do you confirm that the signature appearing in this page belong to you?
Yes, I confirm.
Do you also confirm that the contents of the second witness statement is true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I confirm.
Thank you. Could I now ask you to refer to paragraph number 19 of your second witness statement? It is on the same page, page number 408 of the bundle.
I can see it.
It is stated that the first defendant contributed a sum of $1.041 million as per the audited financials of the first claimant for the years 2018 and 19. What was this contribution for?
So Mr. Shakti Chauhan had 2 relationships with Sam Precious Metals. One as an investor through.
Mr. Garg, can I please ask you to speak a little louder?
Okay. So Mr. Shakti Chauhan had two relationships with Sam Precious Metals. One as an investor through SPL, and the other as a customer of Sam through his trading companies. This $1.40 million amount, which is shown in annual financial statements 2018 and 2019, was given as a guarantee for the advances Sam was making to the trading companies belonging to Mr.
I'm
Shakti
sorry,
Chauhan.
Mrs. Bijroy, I simply cannot understand this evidence. It's coming across in a very garbled fashion. The clarity of the words is just not there, I'm afraid. I don't know whether it's to do with the quality of the microphone, whatever kind of computer Mr. Garge is using, but I can see that you're having difficulty as well in understanding exactly what is being said here. So we're going to have that answer again. Mr. Garg, are you using a computer microphone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, as I presume we all are, but you wouldn't happen to have anything like this present, would you?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
No. A headset. All right. Well, we're going to have to try and proceed as best we can. You're going to have to speak more slowly and clearly, and articulate your words more precisely, if you will, so that we can all hear what you have to say. And for the record as well, this is being recorded, and we would have to be able to hear the record and transcribe from the record and take notes from the record. So do your best, please. Don't be. I think are you suffering from a cold?
Yes,
Looks like it.
I think that may be part of the problem. We all have that affliction from time to time. So just do your best, please. Do try and speak as clearly and precisely as I am doing now, if you will.
Oh.
So let's have that answer again. So you were explaining to me what this 1.041 million provided by Snyder Prime was and what its purpose was.
Yes, Your Honor. So Mr. Shakti Chauhan had two relationships with Sam Precious Metals. One of an investor through Snyder Prime Limited, and other was as a customer of Sam Precious Metals through the gold trading companies. 1.04 million was given to Sam Precious Metals to guarantee the advances that were given from Sam Precious Metals to the gold trading companies.
I've got that. Thank you. So if we carry on like that, that's good.
Could I now ask you to refer to paragraph number 25 of your first witness statement, which is on page number 368.
I am there.
It is stated in the paragraph towards the end that the first defendant number 1 has signed a lease and applied for approvals to commence renovation works in the new warehouse. Can you confirm if this is correct?
I would like to make a correction here. It is not defendant 1, it is claimant 1, Sam Precious Metals, who had signed a lease and applied for approvals.
Ms. Bejoy, I missed the paragraph number there for that for that correction. Page and paragraph number again, please.
Your Honor, the page number is 367 and the paragraph number is 25. However, the content that we are talking about is appearing on page number 368.
Very well. So in the second line, it should be first claimant.
That's right, Your Honor.
Yes, I've corrected that.
The second last line. From the down, the second line.
Second line, yes. Mr. Constantino, it is, I think, was authorized to sign and execute for and on behalf of the first claimants on the first claimant shareholder resolution. That's what it should be, is it?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The clarification is Mr. Constantino signed and followed the board resolution that first claimant will relocate its branch in Sharjah and Dubai, UAE, and move Dubai and Sharjah branches under one roof in Dubai Production City, where it is mentioned defendant number 1. It should be claimant number 1.
I've got it. Sorry.
Grateful, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I was a little slow. I was finishing off my note of that last or that first answer that was given. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Girk, can we now move to page number 497 of the bundle?
Yes, I am there.
It is an exhibit SC1 of the defendant's document. Are you there on page number 497?
Yes.
Will you please give me a moment while I get to page number 497? We see that it is a WhatsApp group chat. And
Yes.
there is a reference to Win Gold gave 2 million, one Snyder. Can you
Yes.
explain to this court, what was this communication all about?
Well, stop there, please. First of all, I want to know who's in this group. At the top, it says Anuj, Sami, Shakti only. So do I take it those three people only? That's correct, is it?
Yes.
Very well. So this is between you three, and we're looking at item number 3 on the chat on page 497. Vingold gave 2 1 Snyder to SPM in form of 50 kilogram gold. So 5.5 M plus 2 M equals 7.5 M. Now, I need you to translate that for me.
So, Your Honor, this is a counterparty or a customer for Sam Precious Metals. And this amount was given by Win Gold to Sam Precious Metals for a trade-related activity.
Pause there. Pause,
Yep.
please. Vingold was a customer of Sam, and this 2.2 million, sorry, this 2 million given to Sam for what purpose?
For trade-related activities, for purchasing of gold.
For trade-related activities. Yes.
I would like to take the court to page number 794 of the bundle, which are the audited financial statements of the company for the year 2019.
Right, just pause before we go there, before we leave this page 497, because I want to ask you a little more. Vingold gave 2 1 Snyder, forward arrow SPM. What does that mean? 1 Snyder, forward arrow SPM.
So, Your Honor, in the market, Mr. Shakti had trading business. I had trading businesses, and Mr. Sami knew clients from before who were traders in the market. So deals related to gold could have been bought to the company by any three of us. So it could be Mr. Sami, it could be Mr. Shakti, or it could be me, or there could be someone who comes to the website of the refinery and approaches independently.
Okay, so this one came from Snyder, Mr. Shakti.
So this one is known to both Mr. Shakti and Sami from before.
Very well. And then SPM, what does SPM mean?
Sam Precious Metals.
I see. Okay. I was confused because I have the acronym in capitals throughout. So that's Sam Precious Metals. So
Yes.
Comes from Vingold, 2 million through Snyder to Sam Precious Metals in the form of 50 kilograms gold. So this was actually a physical gold deposit, was it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then the next bit, so 5.5 million. What is that 5.5 million a reference to?
So, Your Honor, this 5.5 million reference to is the other amounts that are with the company from Snyder Prime Limited.
The other amounts, sorry, I missed the word you said, deposited, did you say, or what?
So, other amounts payable from Sam Precious Metals to Snyder Prime Limited.
Payable from Snyder Prime to Sam.
From Sam to Snyder Prime.
From Sam to Snyder Prime. So I'm sorry to spend a little while on this, but this is very important for me to understand. So 5.5 million, other amounts payable from Sam to Snyder Prime, plus, now this 2 million is the 2 million that's coming from Vingold, is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in total, what is payable from Sam to Snyder Prime after this transaction is the 7.5 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me just make a note of that. And this 7.5 million, is this payable from Sam to Snyder Prime on a trading account or an investment account?
Your Honor, if you see the same message a little above the 2 million from Vingold, it says, so Snyder Group gave 6 million in point number 1.
Yes.
In point number 2, it says Sam Precious Metals transferred back 500,000. So this clearly shows that this is a transactional amounts that we are talking about.
Transactional amounts. Very well. And when you say transactional amounts, being absolutely precise, you mean transactions relating to gold, the purchase of gold?
Yes, Your Honor.
And not investment capital?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Now, you were taking me to another page.
So to give comfort that this Vingold was trade-related advance to Sam Precious Metals, I would like to take the court to the annual financial statements of 2019, which can be found on page number 794 of the bundle.
I want to compliment you, Mr. Garg. You're speaking very clearly now. Please do try and carry on like that. I know it's an effort, but it's very important. So page 795, I'm there. Which page do you want me to look at?
So in the annual financial statements, if we go to page number 800,
Yes.
under the section of current liabilities,
Yes.
item number 4 states other payables and provisions.
Yes, with a note 16. Yes, I've got that.
So if we go to note number 16, which can be found on page number 817 of the bundle.
Yes. Other payables and provisions.
The first item is advance from third party equivalent to $2 million. So it is.
Yes, I have it.
So it is correctly recorded in the annual financial statements as an advance for purchase of gold from a third party.
And this is Vingold, is it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Give me 1 second. Good. I have that. Thank you. Yes, Mrs. B. Joy, where next?
Yes. Mr. Garg, can you please clarify to this court the third claimant's, that is Rosie Son's, connection with Al Asil Jewelry? I would like to refer to two places where the reference of Al Asil comes in the court bundle. The first reference you will find on expert report, bundle page reference number 718.
I can see it.
Paragraph number 28.
2.8.
Sorry,
Yes.
yeah, apologize. It's 2.8.
Yes.
And there is also a reference to Al Asil on the witness statement filed by Mr. Shakti on page number 476 of the bundle, which forms a part of paragraph number 5. Can you please explain the claimant's connection, the third claimant's connection with Al Asil Jewelry?
Third claimant's connection, right.
Yes. And further, I would also request you to please clarify whether Al Asil had any connection with the first claimant also.
Al Asil Jewelry is purely connected to Sam Precious Metals as a customer of Sam. In regards to Rosison FZE being the third claimant, I being the UBO of Rosison FZE is again a business relationship with Al Asil Jewelry for trading of gold.
Sorry. So Al Asil is a customer of Sam.
Yes.
And has a trading relationship with Rosie's son.
Your Honor, not directly with Rosison, but because I am the 100% shareholder of Rosison, I have business of gold trading as well.
Yes, with Al Asil.
Yes, with Al Asil.
Right, let me get that down. There's a reference somewhere whilst we're dealing with these relationships, Mr. Garg, to Al Asil being in some way a related family business. Is that correct?
That is incorrect, Your Honor. It's purely a business relationship.
Purely a business relationship with you personally?
Yes.
Mr. Garg, you agree that the relationship is explained in the witness statement of Mr. Shakti on paragraph number 5. Could you refer to bundle page number 476?
Let me look at this, please. Again, I've read it, but I just want to refresh my memory with this paragraph 5. Right, now ask your question again, please.
Mr. Garg, I would like you to give a response to the relationship with special reference to this paragraph number 5 of Mr. Shakti's witness statement.
So here it is incorrectly mentioned that claimant number 3 controls these companies. Only one company out of this, which is Giza Jewelry LLC, where I am a shareholder as well, is controlled by me. All other companies only have a business relationship and no control whatsoever.
Only have a business relationship with whom?
With me and with Sam Precious Metals.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Can we now move on to bundle page reference number 106? Which is the board resolution of the first claimant dated 31st of December 2020.
I am there.
Could you please explain the effect of this board resolution and how the calculation of the 2x redistribution of the dividend will be practically implemented within the first claimant?
So I would like to give an example of what would have happened if, say, SPL had bought the 100 kilo gold on a certain date. For example, if they bought the gold on 15th January 2021, as the company would have declared half-yearly dividends up to 30th June 2021.
Take this slowly. Yes, continue.
So the time period for which the dividend would have been declared is 181 days. 1st January to 30th June 2021. The delay from SPL is for 15 days.
Yes.
As the compensation is for twice the number of days, the compensation period would be 30 days.
So I think I'm now understanding. We divide the dividend when it is declared in June, the half-yearly dividend, by 181 days. We get to a daily figure. There is a dividend due to SPL as a shareholder. And this agreement provides that SPL does not get that dividend in full. On your example, the 30 days value of the dividend is instead paid to Sam Precious Metals and Rosie Son in compensation for them providing the gold capital that SPL had not provided.
Your Honor, it would be Sami Abu Ahmed and Rosie Son, the shareholders.
Yes, yes, in equal ratio.
Yes.
Well, that's what I thought, but nobody has explained that to me as clearly as you now have done. But what you're telling me is that the meaning of this is as you have just described, that it is what it doesn't say is that you take a declared dividend for the half year, divide it by 181 days to get to a daily rate of compensation, and you double the number of days delay in providing the gold to calculate the compensation payable in equal ratio to the two alternative providers of gold.
Yes, Your Honor. If you allow me, I will make a simple illustration.
Yes, please do.
So in 181 days, if the distribution of the dividend was for $181,
$181, yes.
so the daily profit rate is $1.
Yes.
So for 30 days delay, out of the share of dividend for SPL, $30 will be reduced and be paid as compensation to the other two shareholders.
Sorry, I thought you said it was twice the number of days delay.
So 15 days was the delay.
15 days, yes. Okay. So 15 days delay, $1 a day, 15 times 2 equals 30. That is the amount of compensation paid.
Yes, Your Honor.
We've got there, I think. Right. I'm just going to finish that note, very important.
Mr. Garg, could you also clarify that whether the calculation of the delay is immediately compensated to the other two part shareholders? Or are you looking at a time frame of certain period within which the delay will be calculated? How is it worked out? Are you going to implement the formula as on the day that you calculate the delay, or is it going to be factored in by taking into consideration the time frame that is required to get the adequate compensation? I think there is a bit of lack of clarity there. If you could please clearly explain that, I believe that should be helpful.
So the lock-in period for SPL for the gold is till 31st August 2023. What factually has happened is they have not been able to bring this gold till date. So the delay period is from 1st January 2021 to 31st August 2023.
That is how many days?
273 or 274 days approximately. In this case, they will be compensating from their dividends to the other shareholders for equal number of days after 31st August 2023.
So
to put it another way, are you saying that with the redistribution of the dividend will be for a term of another 3 years or 273 days from 31st August 2023?
Yes, because they have not been able to give the gold till 31st August 2023.
So twice the number of days, you then are extending the period of compensation by this agreement of twice the number of days in clause 1(3) of the resolution. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
So 273 days from the 31st of August 2023, when that period expires, SPL will be entitled to receive its full dividend again. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, Your Honor.
Let me make a note of that. And how did you, how did it come about that this agreement was reached with Mr. Shakti? How was it proposed? Who proposed it? Because what happened, we know, and I don't think this is disputed, come the 31st of December 2020, Mr. Shakti was not in a position to supply his 100 kilograms of gold, or Snyder Prime wasn't in a position to supply its 100 kilograms of gold. So explain to me how it came about that this agreement embodied in this resolution of the 31st of December came into being. Who proposed it? On what terms? What was the discussion?
So, Your Honor, this was proposed by Mr. Shakti, and there was a mathematical calculation or reasoning behind the proposal. In very simple terms, what we calculated was how much time it will take from the 25% dividends of SPL to compensate the other two shareholders who hold 75%.
Pause there. How much time it will take from the dividends of 25% due to SPL, it would take to compensate the 75% shareholders for providing the 100 kilograms of gold not provided by SPL. Do I have that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. To calculate this, what calculations we made were with 100 kilo of gold that was with Sam Precious Metals from Rosy Sun, how much the company would make on an yearly basis.
How much the company would make on a what?
Yearly basis.
A yearly basis. Yes.
Then if the company had
sorry, I lost you. Your voice disappeared then for a moment. A technical problem. Start again with that answer.
Second step was if the company had 200 kilo working capital, 100 kilo each from Rosy Sun and SPL, then how much profit would be made on an yearly basis?
Yes.
According to this, we calculated what would be the loss for the other two shareholders and how much time it would take from SPL's dividends to cover that loss.
How much time it would take using SPL's dividends? You mean, I think.
Yeah.
Using SPL's dividends to cover that loss. And you say that Mr. Shakti proposed this arrangement. Did he propose this mathematical approach? Was it discussed between the three of you, or how did it come about?
So we were in negotiations with Mr. Shakti when we got to know that he won't be able to bring the 100 kilo gold. Upon discussions between the three of us, this calculations came up.
Right.
The idea to forego the dividend came from Mr. Shakti, that if
The idea came from Mr. Shakti, yes.
that if Rosison and Sammy can fulfill the obligation of 100 kilo gold and get compensation from future SPL dividends.
Very well. Let me just get that down. Yes.
So as an investor at that time, we were at risk of contributing more capital to the company, and the return to us was not sure, because on 31st December, we could not be sure how much the company will make in the future.
Very well. Let me get that down. So I want to make sure I've got this, I understand this correctly. What you're saying is, as we could not be sure how much the company would make in the future, the amount of return to us could not be shown in this resolution. So that's why you have this formula. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me get that down. Right. Thank you very much. Now, Ms. B. Joy.
Your Honor, I would like Mr. Anuj to clarify how the formula is applied. Mr. Anuj, could you please give us an illustration on how the formula will be applied? Because is it going to be applied on a yearly basis, or this will be applied over a period of the delay until it is recovered? What was the criteria?
So the formula will be applied from 1st of January to the date we receive the gold. That is the delay period.
Which is, according to you, 273 or 74 days.
So this is a fact now because we have crossed 31st August 2023. But at that time, when we made the resolution, we did not know, and we got assurances that it will come soon. So at that time, from 1st January 2021, the delay would have been calculated till the date the gold was received.
So the second unknown was, as well as not knowing how much the company would make, the second unknown was the date when the gold would be received, because then this compensation would cease.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see. Just let me get that down as well. Right. Well, I think I understand now from the claimant's point of view, the purpose and objective of this resolution and how it was intended to work, and indeed how it is still working until 273 days after the 31st of August 2023. Somebody will tell me what that date is, but it's not very far away, is it?
It would be around some date in April 2026.
Oh, so we've gone past it. Sorry, my mathematics is not as quick as yours, Mr. Garg.
April 2026. We have not passed it yet.
April 2026.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Garg, it would also be helpful if you can clarify to the court, once you arrive the daily dividend entitlement, how would you then apply that?
Just a minute before we get to that. I'm sorry, perhaps I wasn't, I was being overconfident about my understanding of this. So, yes, I understand now. You said 237 days.
273 days, Your Honor.
Sorry, 273 days.
Sorry. I think the days are wrong. Let me correct myself, Your Honor. It would be 900 something days. From 1st January 2021 till 31st August 2023, it would be 973 days.
I see. That's where you confuse me. 973 days.
Apologize for that.
Let me go back to that. Change my note. I've changed my notes now as follows. The lock-in period is to 31st of August 2023. What has happened is a failure to bring in the gold until date, you said. So the delay has been from the 1st of the 1st 21 to the 31st of the 8th 23, which is 973 days. And he will be compensating for an equal number of days after the 31st of August 2023. So after 973 days from that date, SBL will be entitled to receive its full dividend again. Is that right?
Yes.
And you tell me that is the some date in April 2026.
Yes, Your Honor.
And that represents twice the number of days of the failure, of the period of failure to bring in the 100 kilograms of gold within the lock-in period to the 31st of August 2023.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'll call it the failure period. Well, the failure period doubled. That's what it amounts to, isn't it? The failure period. The failure in that period to the 31st of August 2023 to bring in the gold, the number of days, 973 days, doubled. Why was it doubled? Was that by reference to the estimated profits or what?
Yes, Your Honor. So the calculation was made with 100 kilo, how much profit the company would make, with 200 kilo, how much profit the company would make, and then how much time it will take for the other shareholders to get compensated using the 25% dividends of SPL.
Yes, I've got that note. Let me just check my note is correct on that. Yes. I think that is fully explained now, Mrs. Bijou. Is there anything else that you want to ask?
No, I think we can move on to the next issue, Your Honor. With your
Yes.
permission, please.
I'm just going to ask Mr. Gard. He seems to be in a little discomfort with his cold and the intensity of the questioning. Mr. Garga, do you want a break? This is not a trial of strength. This is an attempt to get at the truth of things, and you're not being put under pressure so much that we cannot take a break if you need one. You're going to be cross-examined shortly by Mr. Ghosh. Miss Bejoy, do you have, what else do you wish to examine in chief about?
Would like to get some clarifications on the entries in annual financial statements, Your Honor. With
Well,
that, I'm almost done.
Yes. Well, that is important. Mr. Gaj, are you happy to continue at the moment?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm happy to continue.
Do let me know, and don't be embarrassed if you're not feeling 100%, and I will give you a break, as I would give any witness a break on any side if they were in any way struggling. So do let me know, and we'll carry on now with what we understand is your area of one of your areas of specialism, understanding the financial statements. So we're going to ask you about those now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garg, if I may please refer you to bundle page number 792, which is from the annual financial statement of 2018.
I'm there.
What was the page number again?
792, Your Honor.
Yes, I have it. Thank you.
On point number 3, you have the items listed as convertible loans. Could you please explain to this court the entries for each item under the convertible loans title?
So the first item is a gold loan from third party, which is a 50 kilogram loan from a third party. This loan was returned on 5th January the next year. This short-term financing came to Sam Precious Metal for trade-related activities. To give some context here, end of the year is always a time when liquidity in the market is short due to holidays. And it is a time when a lot of additional material comes to the country.
A lot of additional material comes to the country, did you say? Comes to the market?
Yes, it comes to the market.
So end of year, liquidity is short, in the market is short, and also a lot of material comes to the market at this time. So you need money to buy it.
Yeah, so to take advantage of this fact, this 50 kilo was arranged from a customer of SAM for a very short period of 1 week.
1 week?
Yes, Your Honor. This came in on the 31st December 2018 and was returned back on 5th January 2019.
Let me just get this down. This particular was arranged. It was the loan was taken on what date?
31st December 2018.
Yes, and it was paid back when?
January 2019.
Do you have the date in January when it was paid back? You said a week.
5th of January.
5th of January. Yes. Now, so where were you going next to show me it had been paid back?
So if we go to the annual financial statements of the company for the year 2019, which is on page number 792 of the bundle.
Sorry, 792. I'm looking at 792. This shows the loan that we're talking about of 2.05 million.
794.
794.
This is the annual financial statements for the period ending December 2019. On this, if we go to page number 800, under the section of current liabilities, the last item listed is convertible loans.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I'm looking at page 800. The previous page we were looking at, page 792, showed, let me go back to it. 792 shows this is for the 31st of December 2018. This shows the loan that you've taken from this third party at 2.050 million. And you've just told me that was taken on the 31st of December and it was paid back on the 5th of January. And what I thought you were going to take me to, and you may be taking me to it, is the financial statement which demonstrates its repayment on the 5th of January. Is that correct?
Your Honor, we don't have evidence on the bundle which would show the date of repayment. What I was trying to show is end of year 2019. This was not on the financial statements, so it was paid.
I see what you mean. So here, these are convertible loans totaling nearly 8 million, 7.991 million as at 31st of December 2018. And if we now go to page 800, you're going to show me this is gone, this component.
Yes.
Right. You talk me through what I'm supposed to be looking at.
So under the section of current liabilities.
Yes.
The last line item, convertible loans.
Yes.
Has being shown as $4.9 million.
Yes.
If we go to point number 15 or the note number 15 of the statement, which we can find on page number 817. 817.
Note
So this is
15.
only 4.9 million from a single counterparty.
Just a moment. Page 817 is the note.
Note number 15.
We're talking about a third party. Do we have a name for this third party who provided this 2.05 million for a week?
It's Al Shahir Jewelry.
Al
Shahir Jewelry. SHAHIR.
Al Shahir Jewelry. Right now, and all that's left then in this convertible loans statement at the year ended 31st of December 2019 is the original. Somebody is on the line somewhere talking. Somebody can turn off their microphone. I'm getting a lot of interference. The only convertible loan now shown in the year ended 31st of December, page 817, is the 4.9 million, which is the cash equivalent of 100 kilograms of gold with a margin provided by, confusingly, Al Azil Jewelry.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me get that down. So I'm going to make the note in full and tell me if this is wrong. This is the cash equivalent with a margin of 100 kilograms of gold provided by Al Azil Jewelry, but arranged as investment capital by Snyder Prime at the outset.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me just get that down. Yes. Thank you. Ms. Bejoy?
Yes, Your Honor. So, Mr. Garg, could you please refer to, you can stay on the same page of 817, which is the entries for the annual financial year ended on 31st of December. And I would also like you to please have a reference to page number 841, which is the position as on 31st of December 2020. Page numbers 817 and page number 841.
Now, this is why we have individual PDFs, Mrs. B. Joy, as I mentioned to you, because we're not able to look at and compare documents as we should be able to between different PDFs. But what I have done is I have made 2 copies of the bundle so I can do just what you are asking me to do now. So you want me at page 841 and 817 at the same time?
Yes, that's right, Your Honor, because this comparison is very important to show the entries.
Have you learned a
And Your
lesson?
Honor,
Mrs. B. Joy, have you learned a lesson for future use in production of bundles to a court? Individual PDF documents. This is why I am constantly saying this to parties in both litigation and arbitration. This is why we need it. 1,343 pages in one PDF is not good. Anyway, we've got over it here. So page 817 and 841. What is the comparison you wish to ask the witness about?
yeah, so I would like Mr. Girk to confirm to the court whether the convertible loan that is appearing on the position as on the 31st of December 2019 is showing again on the balance sheet for 31st December 2020. You can refer to the convertible loan in December 2019. Entries come under item number 15, which is the convertible loan.
Yes.
Whereas on 841 in December 2020, the convertible loan is shown as item number 14.
So, Your Honor,
if you could please hold on a minute while the court takes note of this, please. Thank you.
I have it.
Grateful, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Garg, you can.
It's a simple point. It's been paid off.
Yes, Your Honor. I just wanted to bring this to record.
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Garg, the third claimant was introduced as a shareholder on the first claimant on the 5th of February 2020 by way of the share transfer agreement. Can you explain to the court why did the first claimant insist for the 100 kg gold while the third claimant has been introduced as a shareholder? Why was the requirement for 100 kg gold?
So in the meetings with the Snyder Prime Limited and Sam Precious Metals, it was made clear to me that as a 50% shareholder of Sam Precious Metals, Snyder Prime had the obligation of bringing 200 kilo gold as working capital. Now, because Snyder Prime was selling to Rodisan 25% shares of SAM, which is equivalent to 50% shares of SAM which were held by Snyder Prime Limited, 50% of that obligation will have to be taken up by Rodisan.
And was this gold supposed to be kept for a term?
Initially, once the share transfer agreement was done, it was to be kept for a term of 5 years from the original date of the first 100 kilo, which SPL bought through a third party, which is the 4.9 million cash equivalent. So that was the date of starting for the 5-year lock-in.
And that date was August
2018.
1st September 2018. thus to 31st August 2023.
Yes.
And this is investment capital.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not trading capital.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Garg, I just have one more question. How much is the running expenditure for the Sharjah entity? Or do you have any supporting documentation in this bundle to substantiate this?
Unfortunately, the running expenditures of the Sharjah subsidiary are logged into the annual financial statements of the subsidiary itself, but they are not on the bundle. Top of my head, I can say annual charges for three main items that are getting charged to the company is around $275,000 on a yearly basis. It covers three items majorly. One is the rent of the facility. Number two is the licensing fees by the authority. And number three is the basic utility bills that come to the company.
So 275,000 per annum. For those items. And how long do you say you were paying, or the subsidiary was paying, these expenses beyond when it should have been closed down? When should it have been closed down? And until when did you pay these expenses per annum?
It should have been closed down by the end of January 2022.
And you were paying until when? And I should ask, and when, and it was closed down when?
It has not been closed down till date, and we are still paying the expenses.
So what is the loss to date? Have you worked that out? Well, don't worry about it. It can be the subject of submissions on both sides. I'll expect a mathematical calculation, Mrs. Bejoy, and any contrary calculation. I appreciate that liability for this is fully denied, of course, by the defendants, but I have to be equipped to enable me to determine a figure should I find in the claimant's favour. If I find in the defendant's favour on this issue, of course, there will be no compensation. So you understand what my needs are on both sides. Thank you.
Your Honor, we have a calculation on the particulars of claim. If it would aid the court, perhaps I could ask the witness to confirm the calculation and the amount that is appearing on the particulars of claim.
Well, what date is that up till? And is
That's
that the
only
limit?
up to 30th of March 2023.
Right. And are you confining yourself to that figure, or are you seeking to amend to include the continuing loss?
Yes, Your Honor, we would have to include up till 2024 because we are still incurring that expenses.
Right. Well, you can make an application and I will consider it in the face of any objections that Mr. Ghosh wishes to make to that application when it comes. But for now, I don't think there's any point in asking the witness to look at the calculation to date because it's a matter of mathematics. The only evidence I've got, and whether it's satisfactory or not, I will have to decide, is that the annual costs, which have continued to be incurred because of non-compliance with the resolution, is 275,000 per annum, including rent, licensing fees, and utility bills. And I will decide the issues of liability and quantum based on submissions yet to come.
Grateful, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all from my side. I'm done with the examination in chief.
Right, very well. Now, Mr. Ghosh,
Your Honor, I would like to request if we can take a 10-minute break now before we.
I was
ahead with-
just going to suggest that we have a 10-minute break, Mr. Ghosh, before you start. So we will adjourn now until 12:30 there in Dubai or wherever you are. 10
Thank you so
minutes.
Grateful,
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, all back. And Mr. Gargi, are you comfortable and ready to proceed?
Yes,
Yes.
Your Lordship.
Mr. Ghosh,
Yes.
you're ready to proceed, then please
Yes.
start, if you will, with your cross-examination.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Garg.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shantanu.
Yes. So, thank you for the clarifications, especially with respect to page 106. So, for my final understanding of what you explained, it's also written in page 106, and item number Roman 3 of number 1, that Mrs. Sammy and Rosie's son will be compensated in equal ratio. So every default of 1 day, 2 days dividend will be deducted from Snyder Prime Limited. That's the calculation till 973 days, which is 31st August 2023, correct?
Correct.
And after that, it was X for X.
Sorry, Mr.
don't-
Ghosh, I don't understand that. It was what?
I mean, for every 1 day delay, it's a deduction of 2 days dividend. Post 973 days, that is after 31st August 2023 till April 2026, which is the probable date, it will be 1 day's dividend for each day's default, which will be deducted.
You're not very clear, Mr. Ghosh, in your question.
No, I'm trying to understand whether I understood correctly. So up to 973 days, that is 31st August 2023 days, it is 1 day's default equivalent to 2 days dividend is being compensated by SPL towards the claimant number 2 and 3. Am I right, Mr. Anuj?
Yeah, so for each day of delay, 2 days of dividends will be used from SPL's share to compensate the other 2 shareholders.
Okay, so post 31st August, from the 2 days, it comes down to 1 day, right?
No, so up to 31st August 2023, the number of days from 1st January 2021 is 973. So another 973 days will be calculated from 1st
Yes.
September 2023.
Okay, and then up to April 2026, what is the compensation which he is supposed to pay?
So the dividends that are there from 1st September 2023 up to April 2026.
Okay, so yeah, so whatever dividends he is supposed to earn from 1st September 2023 till April 2026, he has to give it to you and claimant number 2.
Yes,
Okay, correct. So this compensation is for his failure to bring in the 100 kg gold.
yes.
Okay, so what is your dispute now with him? You're anyway taking it.
This is a different time period that we are talking about with respect to this compensation. Our claim for compensation is for a time period prior to 31st December 2020.
Okay, so let us see the particulars of claim. It's at page 12 and the prayers are at F. Prayers are at page 43 of the bundle.
This is the claim by the company for loss
Yes.
of profits during that period, Mr. Ghosh. These are two
Yes.
different items that we're talking about.
Now, the profit of the company has to be used in paying dividends to the shareholders. The shareholders are earning profit from Snyder Prime Limited's dividends. So the profit of the company is anyway not to the advantage of Snyder Prime Limited, Your Lordship. Because ultimately it is going to the two shareholders, claimant number 2 and claimant number 3.
Well, it's going to this claim is going to the company of which Snyder Prime is a shareholder. And if I were to award these sums as damages, they go into the company's profits and they will be accounted for and dealt with as dividends in the ordinary way, depending on the surplus at the end of the year. So these are the company's losses, which the shareholder, all shareholders, if they are recouped by the company, have the benefit of through their ownership of the company.
So if I may ask myself the question, will SPL then, in the event Your Lordship passes a judgment in the favor of the claimant, be entitled to the dividends from the loss or the amount of damages which Snyder Prime Limited will pay to the company? Because ultimately it will be shared between the shareholders, the dividends.
Well, if your premise is correct, it will be shared between the shareholders. But that is, of course, subject to the other trading position and situation of the company at the time of settling the accounts. You've got to distinguish the conceptual difference between the company asset, which if the claimant succeeds, is the damages that it will be awarded. And when it is in the company as a company asset, it is owned by the company. I'm not going to give you a lesson on company law here, but you need to appreciate these are two different things. The claim of the company up to the date, the 31st of December 2020, as I think it is, and the entitlement, which I'm not determining, of the shareholders of the compensating parties under the resolution of the 31st of December that we're looking at, they're two different things.
Okay, so I'll change my questions, but this will be part of my closing submissions also, Your Lordship.
Well, I will listen to those closing submissions, obviously, with very great care and consider what you have to say. I did make a note of your point earlier in opening concerning what you say is a set-off. You say there should be a set-off. I have that in mind, and I will listen to what you say about that in your closing submissions. But I don't think it's relevant or profitable to get into a debate about the effects of company law and the entitlement of shareholders in a company to dividends referable to an award of damages that may or may not be obtained by the company in response to the claim it is making now. So I will hear you, of course, in due course on this point, and I would respectfully suggest you focus your questions on matters that are in dispute between your clients and the claimants, and indeed this witness.
Okay.
In other words, put your case to him.
So, Mr. Anuj, the next, you just mentioned that the claim is about the period before the December resolution, right?
The company's claim, yes.
Yeah, company's claim. You were not part of the company at that point of time, right?
I only became a part of the company after signing the share transfer agreement.
Correct. So so the claim you are saying is up to the share transfer agreement or up to the December resolution?
up to the December resolution.
Okay. So the share transfer agreement happened in February, I believe, February 2020, and one second,
Yes, February 2020, you're right.
February 2020, right?
But the loss is claimed up to the 31st of December 2020.
Okay. So what is your grievance particularly as a claimant number 3 in this case? Because you are also a claimant, so you're claiming something. What is your claim?
So I am a claimant on behalf of Sam Precious Metals, who has brought forward the case, and I am putting my witness in order to support the case.
So you personally, as claimant number 3, your company doesn't have any claim.
FZ is a shareholder of Sam Precious Metals and was a partner to the company from 5th February 2020 up to 31st December 2020.
So individually stating, Rosie Sun doesn't have a claim against Snyder Prime Limited. You are acting on behalf of the claimant number 1.
This claim is brought forward by Sam Precious Metals, and it's a claim from the company.
We cannot hear you, Mr. Anuj.
This claim has been brought forward by Sam Precious Metals as a company.
Not by Rosie Sun.
Rosie Sun is a witness in the case.
Okay.
And
But
I
you are
being the-
added. You are added as a claimant. Actually, you are added as a claimant.
Mr. Ghosh,
Yes.
this is really a matter of procedural joinder, whether it's appropriate or not that these claimants should be joined as claimants in what is, as the witness has just properly said, a claim by the company. It's a matter I have raised already with Mrs. Bejoy, and I will have to deal with this, whether it was appropriate to join the two plaintiffs, the two other claimants, I'm sorry, in addition to the company in due course. It's not really a matter for a witness to deal with. He's told you Rosie Sun has no direct claim itself against Snyder Prime or the other defendants in this case. And I think that is where really you ought to leave this point for further submissions, legal submissions, procedural submissions in strictly later in the case.
Yes. Okay. So let me come directly to the documents which you just explained, the annual financial statements. You mentioned today that at page number 792,
I'm there.
Yes.
yeah, in the convertible loans, item number 3, the gold loan from third party is from Al Shahid Jewelry.
Yes.
There is no documentary evidence for that, right?
In the books of accounts of the company, definitely there will be a documentary evidence.
Have you produced it here?
It is not in the bundle.
Okay. The defendant's position is that this was provided by Wingold. And I have submitted one document to Mrs. Asha Bijoy yesterday night. So what is your comment on that?
I have not seen the document that has been submitted to Mrs. Asha.
Okay.
But are you aware of this trade financing? You say it is trade capital being provided by Vingold.
Your Honor, the Wingold provided it in 2019. We are talking about 2018 here. So this is not by Wingold.
This one is not by Vingold.
Yes.
So you are aware of a Vingold provision of gold loan as trading capital in 2019, but this entry in the 2018 financial statements is not the Vingold provision, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Okay. How many, I mean, what was your investment through Snyder Prime Limited in 2018? At that time, you were a preferential shareholder of Snyder Prime Limited. If you can show from the annual financial statements.
So personally, me or Rosie-san did not have.
Rosie-san or you, whatever.
So
In
personally,
Snyder Prime, you're asking, Mr. Ghosh?
Yes, through Snyder Prime, when they were supposed to provide 200 kg of gold in the year 2018,
I follow.
Mr. Anuj Garg obviously helped through some of his companies. So just we want to know what was the exact amount of gold or equivalent there to in terms of cash. How much did you deposit in terms of this AFS 2019? It will be reflecting in 2019 or 2018, whatever you have. Kindly show it.
so if we stay on page 792, line
Okay.
point number 3, line 3 item, currency loan from third party, which is equivalent to $4.9 million. I was only a guarantor for this amount, which was deposited by a third party on behalf of SPL.
Which third party is that?
Al Asil Jewelry.
Okay.
So you arranged that deposit, did you?
Your Honor, I guaranteed that amount to the third party.
So apart from this, there was no transaction or I mean, from you through Snyder Prime Limited investing anything to SAM Precious Metals.
Your
This is the
voice is
only
breaking.
one.
I can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
So apart from this is the only transaction relating to you are saying.
In terms of investment, yes.
And in terms of trade?
In terms of trade, there have been multiple transactions during the years 2018, 2019, 2020. And if the transaction is closed within the year, it will not reflect on the annual financial statements. For line item 1 on point number 3, this trading facility has been done by Al Shahir with Sam Precious Metals. And I would like to make a submission that I have business relationships with them. So on that regards, this investment came in, or this advance came in.
So the Al Shahid trading deposit of 2.05 million, 050 million. You have a trading relationship with its
So
provider, Al Shahid?
So to make it more clear, so we introduced customers to Sam because Sam was a new company.
Right.
And because we know customers from before, it is easier for us to make the introductions on both the sides.
So you made the introduction of Al Shahid to Sam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Lordship?
Yes, please do.
Yes. Yesterday, Mrs. Sammy, I asked Mrs. Sammy a question whether he had any direct transactional relationship with you prior to you becoming a shareholder in Sam Precious Metals. He directly said no. And today you are saying you had several trades with him directly. Which one is correct?
No, I never said I had several trades with him directly prior to Sam Precious Metal. I said several trades in the year 2018, 19, 20 after Sam Precious Metal was formed.
Sam Precious Metals was formed in 2018.
Yes.
I asked Mr. Sammy, between 2018 till you became a shareholder, did he have any transactional relationship with you? He said no.
The fact is, before Sam Precious Metals was formed, I did not have any transactional relationships. Only after Sam Precious Metals was formed, the transactional relationships started.
So you are saying Mr. Sammy gave a wrong statement before the court?
I have not heard his statement, so I cannot comment.
Okay. How are you related to Giza Group?
I am only related to Giza Jewelry LLC. That is a trading company which I own.
Okay.
Sorry,
So-
what's the trading company? Giza Jewelry.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a trading company that you own.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a Giza Group, isn't there? Giza, is it Giza, just Giza Jewelry, or is there a Giza Group?
Giza Jewelry LLC is the company I own.
I have that, thank you.
I'll just take 2 minutes, Lordship. I'm just looking for a document.
Well, Mr. Ghosh, I don't know whether you're going to deal with this, but an important piece of evidence that's been given is that it was Mr. Shakti who proposed, whatever the details of it, who proposed the compensation arrangement, which is reflected in the shareholders' resolution of the 31st of December 2020. Does Mr. Shakti accept that he proposed this arrangement?
No, he doesn't accept that.
Well, you need to put that to the witness. This is
Yeah,
a very
I shall.
important. This is a very important matter that I have to decide when it comes to deciding what the effect of this
Yes.
and what the obligations are in relation to it, which is one of the issues for me to determine. So you better put your case, and I ought to make it plain that in relation to any evidence that is given that you contest that is important, you should put what your case is to the witness who is asserting the contrary, so that they have an opportunity to deal with what it is you are suggesting on behalf of your client.
Yes, Your Lordship. I'll just take him through one document. After that, I'll certainly come to that.
Thank you very much.
Kindly come to page 517. This is an exhibit produced by Shakti Chauhan.
I'm there.
Okay. In page 517.
Now, same questions before we go anywhere with these. Who is this between?
Yes.
Who are parties to this conversation? And introduce the document, please, properly, Mr. Ghosh.
Yes. So 028 is the number. Mr. Anuj, is this your number or Mr. Sammy's number?
This is not my number, and I'm not sure for Mr. Sammy.
This is the number of Mr. Sammy's brother, Ahmed Abu Ahmed. So here, there is a discussion going on how much investment has happened through Giza Jewelry. And if we go down to page 519, he says, have you reached 519?
Yes.
In the middle, it says their physical long 234 kg gold. So if you can clarify what is this?
So, Your Honor, I would like to go from the beginning of the exhibit so that I can explain properly.
Yes.
Yes, I think that would be helpful.
Mr. Sammy, can you tell me who's on the other side of the chat?
So go to, at the start, 517. And who is on the other side of the chat? That is important as well. You haven't told me that. I've got Ami Abu Hamid, who is
Yes.
Mr. Sammy's brother on one side. That's his number at the top. You are telling me. No evidence of this, but
The other is Shakti Chauhan.
And Shakti Chauhan is on the other side, is he?
Yes, yes. Ahmed Abu Ahmed is a director of SAM Precious Metals, if I'm
Yes,
not wrong.
I know who he is and what he is, and he's the brother of Mr. Sami.
Yes.
So this is a conversation between him and Mr. Shakti. Yes.
Yes.
So who's in green? Just forgive me for my immediate ignorance of WhatsApp, but the green is Mr. The green
is Shakti. Green is Shakti.
Green is Shakti, right? Right. Now, you are going to explain, Mr. Anuj, how you understand this conversation at Mr. Ghosh's request.
Yes, Your Honor. So the first message we see on page number 517, he has written down name of 5 companies. In the second message, he says, please send me creditor/debtor over here for these companies. So what I understand, he is asking for the credit and debit balances of these companies.
What, trading debit and credit balances or what?
Trading debit and credit balances.
Yes. So carry on.
So on the other side, they reply, okay, our accounts are arranging it. Then we go to page number 518.
Yes.
Then Excel is put across named Giza Group. And I believe the screenshot Mr. Shakti has shared is of that Excel.
And this includes the companies that he's asking about, the 5 companies, does it? It's very difficult to see. So it's Al Shahir, Al Azil, Al Mascal, Al Idahab, Al Asil, Al Idahab, Al Maskai, Al Asil, and Giza Jewelry.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what does XAU mean?
So if we see, the first column is the name of the companies. Second
Yes.
column, XAU, is the balance of gold. USD in the third column is the balance of currency.
Just for my enlightenment, what do the letters XAU stand for? I know Aurum is gold, AURUM. What is X? Just a number.
XAU is gold. So XAG is silver. XAU is gold.
Right. XAU is gold. Thank you for that.
In the screenshot, the message says 234.197 kilograms. Credit means we have to give them gold. 10.3 million debit means we have to give them or receive the money. On the screenshot, if we see, XAU balance is credit and USD balance is debit. In accounting terms, when there is a credit balance, it means that you have to give. When there is a debit balance, it means you have to receive. So this Excel shows that 234 kilograms of gold approximately was bought in, against which SAM Precious Metals has already made a payment of $10.3 million.
Just pause there a moment. So CR represents gold you have to give to this trading partner. Is that correct?
Yes.
And DR is gold they have to give to you. Correct.
Yes.
And the same in relation to the cash balances under USD.
Yes, Your Honor. Credit we have to give, debit we have to receive.
So at the bottom, you have to give them does this mean you are holding 234 kilograms of gold, but they are in debt to you to the tune of 10 million US dollars?
Yes, Your Honor. What happens is when a client comes to Sam Precious Metals to sell his gold, so he will deposit the gold with the company, and the company will make a partial payment, 95%, 90%, depending on the agreement.
Right. Just pause. Don't lose your thread. I want to get this answer down. Right. So the client will come and deposit its gold with the company, and the company, Sam, will give them a 90% payment for that deposit at the time of deposit.
Yes, Your Honor. And the balance is released once the fixing of the gold price is done.
Yes.
If we go down to page number 519.
Well, just give me this. So this is Sammy saying 234 kgs CR means we have to give them gold. He's asking the same questions as me.
This is Shakti, Your Honor.
Mr. Shakti, I'm sorry, Mr. Shakti is asking the same questions as me. I should perhaps have read on a little more closely. He's ahead of me. 235 kilograms of gold means we have to give them gold. 10.3 million DR means we have to give them or receive the money. That's a bit confusing. What does that mean?
So, Your Honor, if we see the Excel, the XAU balance is credit, which means the company has to pay this amount of gold to the counterparties.
I understand that. It's the phrase, we have to give them or receive the money. What does that mean?
When V is being referred, I believe he's talking about Sam Precious Metals.
Right. Okay. Right. So move on.
If we go to page 519.
Just one other thing there that I'm familiar with market trading that I used to deal with. CR means long. That means that there is a deposit of gold with Sam, the company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Long or short, meaning long in credit, short in debt, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we move on to where next do you want to take me?
To page 519.
Yes.
To the green messages.
The green messages, yes.
So in the third message, it clearly states that so the client is long 234 kilo gold and short $10.4 million. So effectively both balance each other out.
Right, pause there. This is page. You're saying the client, it's a group of clients really, isn't it, that we're talking about?
So it could have been clients, not clients.
It should be clients.
Yes.
It should be plural. Okay. So the entry means the client with an S in reality are physical long on gold, i.e. we are holding their gold, but they are short, i.e. in debt on USD to us in the amount 10.4 million, and effectively those debits and credits balance each other out. That's what he's saying.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand that. And then is this the, if we move on to page 520, my eyes were straining a moment ago, but this is the Excel file in pristine condition at page 520 that we can read very easily.
Yes, Your Honor.
I see. Right, Mr. Ghosh, ask your questions.
So from this conversation, do we understand that 234 kg gold was invested through Snyder Prime Limited in SPM?
No, these are
No, in transaction. Okay.
transactional balances.
Coming to exhibit MRF 4, that is at page 539. You are also a part of this conversation, I believe, MRF 4. A is you, right?
Yes.
This is your right.
So the parties.
Helpfully, we've got all the parties to this chat, 6 members.
Yes. Yes. So if you can explain from 540 what vintage deal Sammy is talking about, confirmed 40 kg at the rate Shakti, please try to transfer to our account before 10:30 a.m.
So this is again a transaction where Sam Precious Metals is buying 40 kilograms of gold from Vintage. And on the other side, the buyer for this 40 kilograms of gold from Sam Precious Metals would be a trading company for Mr. Shakti.
Okay. So in the next page, no, in the same page only, next is your response. He will transfer in day night itself post 12. That means it's your connection.
So
I'm sorry, I was just distracted there for a moment. Just give me 1 second, please.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Yes, can I just clarify, go back a little way, just to clarify. This is a sort of different format in the WhatsApp chat to what we were looking at. So we've got the 6 members to the chat on page 539, correct? Sorry to go back.
Yes, yes.
And this is Sammy, first of all, speaking of a vintage deal for tomorrow, quantity confirmed 40 kilograms. What's the 999?
that is the purity of the gold.
Purity, right. Very pure. I'm sorry, Mr. Ghosh, what are you suggesting is going on here?
Yeah, so I was suggesting from the conversation where Mr. Anuj says he will transfer in day night itself post 12. So this is a transaction which happened through you or through Shakti, who referred you to STEM?
So this is a transaction where Sam Precious Metal is buying gold from a counterparty and selling this gold to Mr. Shakti Chauhan's company. When I say
from whose company?
so, the gold is being bought from a counterparty of Sam named Vintage.
Yes.
And it is being sold to one of Mr. Shakti's trading companies.
Which company?
I can see this is Kochi.
Sorry, spell that, please.
Kochi.
Yes. And then, Mr. Ghosh, continue. What is then happening?
So Shakti's company ultimately deposited this gold or invested this gold with Sam company, right?
No, I am not aware that this 40 kilo 49 that was bought from Vintage got deposited into SAM.
Okay.
The screenshot which is purely a transactional event that is happening at that time. And if we see the date on the screenshot, it's 30th June 2018 and 1st of July 2018.
Where do we
Right.
see where do we see that? Oh, I see there at the top on page 540.
Yes. So if we go down to page 541, you are not aware of this transfer of 4,350,000 from Kochi to SPM.
No, I am aware of the transfer because before our dispute, me and Mr. Shakti had good relationship. We had business together and we used to talk about business to each other as well.
Okay.
But you're saying that this deposit from Kochi to SPM is a trading deposit relating to the gold that is being traded here. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So now regarding the issue about, if Lordship, may I continue?
Yes, please do.
Yes. Regarding the issue about the December resolution, 31st December resolution, you mentioned that Shakti proposed that transaction or that arrangement rather. So is there any evidence to show that Shakti had proposed that arrangement?
See, as evidence, what I can show is the board meeting or the shareholder meeting that happened in February 2021. I'm just going through the index to see where it is lodged. So 27.
Well, Ms. Bejoy can assist you there by taking you to the document.
On page number 218 of the bundle.
218.
Yes.
This is a shareholder and board meeting after the resolution where everyone attended the meeting, including the 3 shareholders and the 5 board members.
Okay.
And what do you want to refer to in it?
On page number 220.
Yes.
Paragraph number 2, where we are touching upon the 31st December 2020 meeting.
Further resolved that with reference to the board meeting dated 5th of July. Further resolved that with reference to the shareholders meeting dated 31st December, Mr. Sami Abu Ahmed deployed 50 kilograms pure gold and Royston has deployed an additional 50 milligrams pure gold as working capital into the company to cover the obligation for SPL towards the company as per agreements made in clause 1 and clause 2 in the shareholders meeting dated 31st of December to compensate for the deployment of the working to cover the obligation of Snyder Prime. But where does that say the proposal for this arrangement came from Mr. Sami?
Shakti.
Oh, Mr. Shakti, forgive me.
Your Honor, there is nowhere directly written the proposal came from him. What I am trying to show here is if there was any dispute on this proposal or there was a disagreement in the February meeting, Mr. Shakti could have raised this topic in the shareholder and board meeting.
That's a different issue.
Well, that's an evidential point, a matter for me to consider, Mr. Ghosh.
Yes.
But the evidence before me is the oral evidence of the witness that the suggestion came from Mr. Shakti, and I will hear Mr. Shakti's account of this in due course.
And yeah, regarding this point, Your Lordship, we'll wait till Shakti's evidence, of course, but there is an evidence which will show that Mr. Anuj Garg was writing SMS messages WhatsApp messages to Mr. Shakti to hurry up with that proposal or the transaction, not the proposal or the transaction, the arrangement. So it's very difficult to say who actually proposed, but
Very
there is
well.
a WhatsApp message from Mr. Anuj Garg to hurry it up.
Well,
Which is-
ought you not to put that to him? Is it in the bundle?
It is not in the bundle, so obviously I cannot put it to him. In case if it is required, Mr. Shakti may share with you, subject to your permission.
Well, if you are going to make an application to rely on a document that is not in the bundle, that may or may not have been disclosed, I don't know whether it's been disclosed or not, then the proper procedure is to supply the document, if not previously supplied, to Mrs. Bijoy,
Yes.
to make application for it to be added to the bundle and for it to be put to this witness. You have to put your case. You haven't even directly suggested to him so far words to the effect, I'm not telling you how to do your job, but essentially you need to say to him, Mr. Garg, it is not true that Mr. Shakti proposed this compensation deal that was embodied in the 31st of December resolution. It came about because, and then you put whatever your case is on that.
Thank you, Lordship. Yes,
And you can only do that if you apply to me to admit a document that has not been produced thus far, presumably a copy of a WhatsApp chat that we'll have to have explained to us and have the competing meanings debated. So what do you want to do about this?
Even if I make an application now and send it to Mrs. Bijoy, so probably it can be done. But as I mentioned, the document WhatsApp message just says from Mr. Anuj that I want the arrangements to happen fast, or please hurry up. Even that doesn't prove who actually proposed the transaction.
Well, put that to the witness then.
Yes.
You obviously have some record in front of you, some instructions as to what was in this WhatsApp chat, and you must disclose it in any event for Miss Bijoy to deal with as she sees fit. But at the moment, the witness is in the witness box, and you need to put your case to him. So put your case on the basis of what your instructions are about how the resolution of the 31st of December 2020 came about and the WhatsApp message that you're referring to.
Yes, so it's a message dated January 2, 2021, Mr. Garg, where you are writing to Mr. Shakti, please find the draft for discussion during the meeting. Please let me know if any feedback or suggestion, if all okay, can go ahead with the signing. He writes back to you, I'll go through it and come back over the coming week. Thank you. You're writing back again to him, we are already past the deadline of 31st December 2022. Need to finish this ASAP. Please, as points mentioned in the draft agreement were already agreed during our meeting last week. If you have any comments, please let me know. There is a message to this. There is a message from Mr. Sammy saying, I prefer guys to meet on Monday and review together at one time. Let me know if 4:30 works with you. This is the message which I have in front of me. This message doesn't show anywhere that Mr. Shakti had proposed the transaction. It shows that you are WhatsApping him to quickly finish it. Do you agree or not?
I have not
Your
seen
Honor.
this. Yes, Mrs. Bijoy.
Sorry to
Yes.
interfere, Your Honor.
Yeah.
If I may please propose, can we have this document produced subject to making an application so that the
Yes.
witness is not caught on surprise? He can look through the document and then give a response.
Yes, that's a
I would be
perfect.
happy to approve this consent, which provided Mr. Ghosh can also agree to us submitting the documentation in support of Sharjah expenses.
No, it cannot. That is not the issue here.
No, let's not confuse the two issues. This document should have been disclosed. It should be in the bundle if it is part of a case contesting that this resolution of the 31st of December was the ultimate product from a suggestion made by Mr. Shakti as to how to compensate his fellow shareholders for their provision of 100 kilograms of gold in his stead. So Mr. Ghosh, I want you to have that WhatsApp message copied immediately by someone in your team and it forwarded by email immediately to the court and to Mrs. Bijoy. And then I will give you the opportunity to cross-examine properly on the document when Mr. Garge has looked at it. Now, we are at 1:20 in Dubai. If I adjourn now, there will be no break in the sequence of cross-examination. And in the meantime, this document can be sent across to all concerned and the court will forward it on to me. So we will break now for lunch and resume at, well, I'll give you an extra 10 minutes. So beyond the hour. So we'll resume at, it's 1:20 now. We'll resume at 2:30. That will give you time to have a proper lunch and also to deal with this administrative matter. And then we will resume with your cross-examination properly on the documents that should have been disclosed, Mr. Ghosh.
Thank you, Lordship. Thank you. Obliged.
Good. Well, we'll adjourn then. I'll leave you to start the ball rolling, Mr. Ghosh, with the production of the document. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Afternoon. Certainly it is to you both.
Good afternoon.
Your Honor.
So, can I ask, first of all, if the WhatsApp message has been produced and if you've had an opportunity to look at it, and also Mr. Garge has had an opportunity to look at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is it available to me on the case management system yet, or is it going to be got to me by some other means? Is there anybody there from the courts, Haley, or who's on? Lena.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Yes. There's a document that's just been produced. Has it been produced at the court yet or not?
I will just double check that for you.
I'm looking at the events and it's logged me out. Give me a second. No, there's nothing else there yet. How can you, is it necessary for me to see it? You've got it?
Yeah,
I will need to see it at some stage. Could somebody email it?
Is it okay, Your Honor, if we project it on the screen?
Can you share your screen? Can you do that? Well, I'll leave it to you and your technical abilities. If somebody can put it on the screen. Oh yes, there's the share facility. Do I have to allow that, or Lena, can you allow that for a document to be shared by a party?
Yes, of course. I'll just double check now. Can I just check if the parties are able to do this, or is the access denied?
Yeah, I think one of my team members would be able to do that if you would please allow him to join the call.
Yes, certainly. I'll allow that team member to join the call to project it onto the screen. Presumably,
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You received it presumably by an email, did you?
Yes, Your Honor.
So
Mr. Ghosh, which document would you like us to project now?
This is the Anuj Sami Shakti WhatsApp conversation, 2nd January 2021.
Right. So is your colleague ready, Ms. Bijoy?
Yes, Your Honor, we are trying to do it.
Okay.
For the okay. It should be up in a minute, Your Honor. We are
Thank
trying
you.
to, we're just waiting for the, yep, it's there.
This is not the correct one.
No, not this one. Not this one.
It's not in this 4 documents.
Yeah.
While we resolve this, can we start with one of these documents? Or do you want us to focus? Is this the one?
Yeah, and we are discussing about who approved. Yeah, this is, I think, yeah, this is the one.
Okay, very good.
This is
Thank
the
you very
one.
much.
This is the one.
Your Honor, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, I can see it. Thank you.
Okay. So may I start, Your Honor?
Yes, please do.
Yes. So Mr. Anuj, this is 2nd Jan 2021. 6653 number ending with 6653 is your number.
Yes.
And the people who are in this group is Mr. Anuj, Mrs. Sammy, and Shakti. These are the 3 people, Your Lordship, in this. So if you can scroll down. Yeah. So you're saying you have SPM board meeting 31st December 2020. I suppose you annexed that in the WhatsApp. And then good evening, gentlemen. Please find the draft for discussion during the meeting. Please let me know if any feedback or suggestion. If all okay, can go ahead with the signing. This is your message.
Yes.
And the next is Shakti's message. I'll go through it and come back over the coming week. Can you scroll down again? Then your message is we are already past the deadline of 31st December 2020. Need to finish this ASAP. Please, as points mentioned in the draft agreement were already agreed during our meeting last week. If you have any comments, please let me know. And then Mr. Sammy says, I prefer guys 3427 ending with 3427. I suppose it's Mr. Sammy. I prefer guys to meet on Monday and review to gather at one time. So my suggestion is this is an evidence which shows that you had sent the draft. So presumably you had prepared the draft and sent it, circulated it. There is no evidence to prove that Shakti Chauhan proposed this transaction. On the contrary, the suggestion is you had actually gone ahead in a hurry with this transaction by circulating this draft, and the intention was clear that let it be signed as quickly as possible.
So here I would like to go back to the chain of events. What happened is before 31st December, Mr. Shakti went to meet Mr. Sami, where he said he will not be able to bring in the 100 kilo gold. So if any alternate arrangements can be bought in. From their meeting, Mr. Sami, me and Shakti met. It was last week of December 2020, where this argument came up that if he is not able to bring it, then what is to be done? Then from Mr. Shakti's side, the suggestion came that I am ready to forego the dividends, and then subsequently discussions happened on the mechanism of the foregoing. I was given the duty to draft the points on the agreement, and because the deadline had
Sorry, just pause there, please. I want to get this down carefully. If he's not able to bring it, what is to be done when you met? And then you say the suggestion came from Mr. Shakti that
either Sami, Rosison, or any third party will be able to bring it on its behalf if there is an option like that.
okay, let me. Was it really a question? Was somebody else able to bring it on his behalf, or what?
He directly asked us that if you guys can put this 100 kilo on my behalf, or is there any other investor who will be willing to do this?
Right, just wait a minute. And what was your response, you and Sammy's response to this?
So our response was, for any investor or we, the both of us has to put it in, there has to be some compensation mechanism.
So if we or another investor were to put it in, there would have to be some compensation.
Because if we speak to any investor, the direct question will be that what is the return that he will get on the investment?
Yes, of course.
So from there, this suggestion came that whatever dividends, future dividends from SAM will be eligible for SPL. He's ready to forgo those dividends.
Yeah, we resolved the problem with your voice breaking up and difficulty in getting it across. Can you move closer to the microphone again and speak more clearly? So
this
from the
suggestion,
point where any investor would want to know what his return would be, and what happened then?
Then the suggestion came that the investor can be compensated from the future dividends of SPL from SAM.
Right, just pause a moment. Yes, then continue.
In that meeting, then we discussed and negotiated on how that compensation would work, because at that time we could not be sure how much profits the company would make or how much time it would take for anyone who's investing to get compensated.
Very well, just pause. Yes.
So, and any investment is subject to some risks. It can be different types of risks on any investment.
Yes.
From there, the negotiations started on the number of days.
Yes.
Me and Mr. Sammy were not of the idea that we should get any loans or any investment from a third party, because in 2020 only we had cleared all the third party liabilities on the company. We wanted
you didn't want to get an investment from a third party.
Yeah, because in February only we cleared every third party liabilities. In February 2020, we cleared the third party liabilities.
Sorry, you're gabbling again. Please slow down, take it very carefully. So you did not want to get an investment from a third party.
Because
why? Because, yeah.
Only in February 2020.
Yes.
We realized that any investment from a third party, the time period cannot be controlled.
Investment from a third party cannot be controlled.
The time period cannot be controlled. So
the time period, you mean, of the investment? I see, the time period of compensation.
The time period of how so in our experience at that time, 4.9 million came from a third party and it was withdrawn in February 2020. So we did not want to be in that situation again.
I follow.
Therefore, we decided to invest into the company on equal sharing basis.
Right. Pause. Yes, carry on.
So the agreements were, or between the shareholders, it was agreed in that meeting that this is how we will go forward.
Yes, and you've told me, well, do you want to tell me how you, now that we're going through it sequentially, how you agreed you would go forward?
Yes. So after that, whatever we agreed upon, I made that onto a piece of paper so that everyone can read it and has the same understanding.
Yes.
And then subsequently, it was signed by everyone.
So, yes, that's fine. Yes, Mr. Ghosh, do you want to carry on now?
Yes, so the final suggestion regarding this issue about who proposed, Shakti Chauhan did not propose. That is my final suggestion to you, yes or no. That's your answer.
Shakti Chauhan proposed it.
Without any, you have not produced any evidence regarding that.
It was a meeting in person and we discussed it during the meeting.
Okay.
Yes. So, are we going to look at any other documents that were
Yes.
produced?
Yes, Lordship. Regarding the Al Shahir 2.049, which Mr. Garg said just was there for another 7-10 days. It was invested around 31st December and it was again taken out in the month of January. I'll take Mr. Garg to our skeleton arguments.
Yes. You want him to look at your skeleton argument?
Yes. So page number 1349.
Which internal page number is that, please, Mr. Ghosh?
3.
3. Yes, I'm looking at that.
Yes. Mr. Garg, have you found it?
Yes, 1349.
Yeah. So, Your Lordship, in this skeleton arguments, I've tried to produce a link for the exhibits. I don't know whether those links are working. It's not working for me, actually.
No, it doesn't work. I've
Yes.
tracked them all down and referred to the documents in the bundle by reference to the very helpful index that we have. So I've looked at these documents,
Yes.
and I will look at them again. I'll just
Yes.
get the index to hand so that
The point which I'm trying to make, Your Lordship, is when on 24th this was uploaded, I had realized that exhibit MRF 7, which is more or less in the middle of page 3,
yes,
exhibit MRF 7 was missing from the bundle. So I called up Mr. Binu, who is the part 1 legal representative for the claimant. And he had
yes.
said, if I told him, just can you include this because it got deleted. So he had said, if the court allows, I will of course add it. So I had sent an email on 24th of May to the registry and everyone regarding this. So I find it is not uploaded in the system. MRF 7.
And now you've produced that this morning, have you?
No, I have not. So I was thinking it was there already in the bundle. So I checked during lunch period. I thought it was there, but I didn't find it. So I can immediately mail it now.
Well, again, yes, you can, subject to any objection by Mrs. B. Joy, and she'll certainly have time to consider it if she doesn't have it to hand.
It's a document relating to Al Shahir, which in fact, Mr. Anuj Garg knows that document. It's just one document which I need to show to him, and just about the date.
Can you email it immediately
Immediately I shall.
Send it to Mrs. B. Joy. Then her technical wizard can put it on the screen for us.
Yes,
And we
those
can
are the
all-
most difficult things, Your Lordship, sharing things on Teams and Zoom. I mean, I'm very poor at that, honestly speaking.
Well, you're very frank, but we will get there.
It's sent already, Your Lordship.
Right, thank you. I've been using the name Al Shahid, but it's Al Shahir, is it?
Shahir, yes, it's
With an
R.
R
Yes.
at the end. Right, okay.
Yes.
I'll correct that later in all references to it.
Your Honor, we have just received the email. We are working to put it on the screen.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Pedro. This is actually
My
working
pleasure.
working
Sir.
quite well. Thank you.
Your Honor, the document is already showing on the screen.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Ghosh,
Yes.
you take over. Where would you like the operator to show? It's obviously the attached document, is it?
Yes, it's there are no internal page numbers, so I'll request the operator to go to the last page. Yeah, so now go to the second last page. That way it's easier to find. Yes. So here, this is a promissory note, Mr. Anuj. So this is the amount which we were discussing about Al Shahir. I think you agree. So I don't know whether it should have been on 30th December 2019 for value received, we promised to pay against this promissory note to the order of Al Shahid Jewelry LLC, $2,049,995. So you mentioned that this came into Sam Precious Metals on 31st of December 2018, and it was paid back somewhere 7 days later in the month of January. So why, as on 30th December 2019, and just want to understand the financial juggleries or whatever you call. So it looks like it was there for 1 year practically.
So see, the promissory note is dated 31st December 2018 when it
Yeah.
came in, correct?
Correct.
The promissory note discussion happened at that time that the money will stay with the company for a period of 1 year.
Okay.
But the discussions fell through. It did not materialize. Hence, there is no signature on the document as well. So
Okay.
there were discussions on this regard, but it did not go through.
So you're saying that, so this document doesn't have any signature. So ultimately, that's why in January, all the discussions fell through. So January, it was paid back.
Yes.
But there is no proof of that payment. Have you shown any proof of that payment?
Annual financial statements show it, but I understand the date is before, so it should not be there. But in the books of accounts of the company, the date can be shown.
Okay. So can we go to the first page?
So just before we go to the first page, so you are saying, Mr. Garg, that there is a record in the company's books of a repayment of this sum in 2019, early January 2019. Those books should be available, should they not?
They are not available on the bundle, but the company definitely has the records.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're not available. But Mrs. Bejoy would be able to requisition the page in the company's books, if what you're telling me is true and correct, showing a repayment of this amount to Al Shahir. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Garg?
Yes, yes.
Very well. Well, I don't need to say any more. It should be plain as a pikestaff to Mrs. Bejoy what she has to do.
So still, may I
Yes, Your
show
Honor.
the first page, Your Lordship?
Yes, of
Allow me.
course, of course. I was only finishing off that part,
Yes.
Mr. Ghosh. You
Thank you.
you are entirely in control. So we're at the first page.
Yeah, first page. It's an email from Dinos Scandalis or Konstantinos Scandalis. He's writing to Mohammed Fakran, then Sami and Shakti Chauhan and Dhruva Acharya is also there. So he's writing, hi Mohammed, can you please print the attached for Sami and Mahmoud to sign? This email was sent on 2nd April 2029 or 4th February 2029. How does it work? I believe it is 2nd April. That's my instruction from my client. It is 2nd April 2029. So had it been paid back in the month of January, why should Dino Scandalis send this document, whether it is April or February? Why should he send it there?
I am not party to this conversation, so I cannot comment.
But you can see the email, right? That it is either 4th Feb or 2nd April, much later than the date, the probable date you say that the amount was paid back to Al
What I
Shahid.
submitted, 31st December it came in, and discussions for a longer term period of investment fell through. That is why it was returned back, and there was only transactional event that happened, and there was no signing of such documents. If the trade would have, or the investment would have gone through, I believe there would have been signatures on the documents that are being shown.
Okay, so we have to wait for Mrs. Bijoy to produce that document.
Just a question there, please, Mr. Ghosh. There are
Yes.
six attachments
Yeah.
to this email. Are they all, obviously I can't move it to look at it, but are they all visible in this 13-page item that is now on screen? Or what is visible? Could the operator just scroll through so I can see it at
Yes.
the moment? Just pause there.
This is Asil.
That's Asil. So that's nothing to
Yes.
that's nothing to do with it, right? Go on to the next page, please.
It's a continuation of that page only.
Yes. The next page.
Snyder Prime.
Yes, that's not relevant either, is it?
Yeah, no, this is amount which is, it's admitted already that Snyder had advanced this money to
Yes.
gold loan to them. Yeah.
Yes.
Al Shahir.
Yes, just pause there.
It's 30th December 2019, it's mentioned.
Your Honor, I feel the amount also doesn't match with the annual financial statements of 2018. I will just quickly check.
Let me just read this. Yes, could you go up slightly, please? Sorry, down. I beg your pardon. Down. Paragraph 7 there, I'm taking note of. We hereby confirm that the above mentioned promissory note relates to working capital financing for SAM Precious Metals and may be converted into redeemable preference shares in SAM on terms and conditions to be. Carry on. Agreed. Yes, carry on. Yes, so let me just pause there a moment. Let me just ask Mr. Garge this question. Was it the case then that you were negotiating with Al Shahir for investment capital injection in these exchanges?
So, Your Honor, at that time, we were trying to bring working capital for SAM Precious Metals, and discussions were ongoing with multiple counterparties. But none of the discussions, apart from what is on the annual financial statements of the company, went through. And that is why, again mentioned, there is no signatures on these documents because it did not go through.
No, my question was, you were looking for additional investment capital.
Yes.
Not trading capital, but your evidence is that this pursuit of it with Al Shahir did not go through, and the money, though it was paid over for trading purposes, was returned within a week in January 2019.
So that money came in for trading purpose, and we traded gold with it and returned it back to Al Shahir in January, early
Yes.
January.
Very well. And what you're saying in support of your position is that proof that there was no capital, investment capital injection amount from Al Shahir is what you've already shown me in the financial statements, and the fact that there is no record of this capital remaining in SAM's accounts.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Well, this makes it all the more clear that you must produce, if it exists, the page in your financial books which shows the repayment of this money. And Mrs. B. Joy has that, I think, well in mind. Right.
Yes, Your Honor, I take care of that.
So
I'll be making an application.
Well, this is a matter that's been raised belatedly by Mr. Ghosh. I've allowed him to put this document in, and I will allow you to put in a document which is relevant and responsive to it.
Much appreciated, Your Honor. Thank you.
That's what's called fairness, I hope. Anyway, Mr. Ghosh, you please continue with your cross-examination. If you have any more on this document, I've now read, I think, the significant parts of it. Let's just scroll up the last 4 pages till we get to the... And there it is. Carry on. just to the bottom. All right. That's fine, thank you. Mr. Ghosh, do you have anything more you want to ask on this document, or do you want to move on?
No, I'll move on to his reply witness statement.
Very well, thank you very much. Thank you to the gentleman or lady who has assisted us in producing that document, very much appreciated. And I look forward to receiving it in hard copy to add to my bundle in due course. Right, the reply witness statement page, please, Mr. Ghosh.
Yeah, it's It's 403, Your Lordship.
Yes. And paragraph?
Mr. Garg, all these paragraphs here are about Mr. Mohammed Fakran, who is the witness for the defendant, one of the witnesses. And at that point of time, we are not even part of SAM Precious Metals or the claimant. So my suggestion to you is all these witness statements are based on instructions from the claimant number 2. You had no idea, no knowledge about whatever happened prior to your joining the claimant number 1.
See, I was a preferential shareholder of SPL as well. In that
Yes.
regards, and I had good relationships with Mr. Shakti Chauhan.
Yes.
In that regards, I was privy to the information which I have mentioned in my witness statement.
You have not mentioned that in your witness statement. When in the opening statement, I, Anuj Garg, holder of passport so and so, confirm that I'm making the reply witness statement to the witness statement of Mr. Mahmood Rustam Fakram voluntarily, and the facts statements made in here based on documents, personal belief, and knowledge. So obviously, from Shakti Chauhan's knowledge, you didn't get this knowledge. You had to get it from Sami Shakti. Mr. Fakran was not working for Shakti Chauhan. He was working with Sami at that point of time.
Yes, he was working with SAM Precious Metals, but being a 50% shareholder, Mr. Shakti Chauhan had the information and I was a preferential shareholder. Plus, I had very good relationships with Mr. Shakti Chauhan. So the information.
So my suggestion to you is Mr. Shakti Chauhan never divulged these facts to you.
I would deny that.
Okay. Regarding your first witness statements, there are 28 paragraphs which are a duplicate of the paragraphs mentioned in the witness statement of Mr. Sami. So my suggestion to you is you just copied and pasted them without any knowledge about them.
No, these are from my knowledge.
No more questions, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh.
Yes.
Re-examination.
Yeah, just give me a second, Your Lordship, Mrs. Bijoy. In this context, yesterday the documents which we had sent to Mr. Bijoy, one was related to Wingold. So the same documents have been again sent to her, only the annexures were not sent yesterday. So, that is not for the purpose of cross-examination of Mr. Anuj. It's for the purpose of examination of Mr. Shakti Chauhan whenever it happens tomorrow.
For the purpose of examination of Mr. Shakti.
Yes.
Well, if they relate to a matter where I've given permission for you to lead evidence in chief, then certainly
Yes.
they may be produced. And I would like to have them before the hearing, though. Somebody could arrange for them to be emailed to the court, and then they will email them on to me or put them on the case management system.
Yes.
So I'll leave that in all of your hands.
Yes.
Much as I appreciated what we've just done with the assistance of a technical professional there, wherever he was, I'd rather have the document in my own possession.
Obliged. I've already sent it, so Mrs. Bijoy can upload it in the system. That's it.
Thank you very much. Good.
Yeah. Obliged.
So, re-examination, Mrs. Bijoy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Garg, could you please confirm whether claimant number 3, that is Rosie Sun, had any trades with claimant number 1 prior to 5th February 2020? That is prior to the signing of the share transfer agreement.
Rosie-san did not have any trades.
With Sam.
Yes.
Prior to the
STA.
5th of February. Yes. 2020. Yes, thank you.
Also, Mr. Garg, the document that we just saw, that is Exhibit MRF7, the email from Mr. Scandalis, dated 2nd of April 2019. Were you a shareholder with first claimant at that point in time? I mean, Rosie Sun, the third claimant?
No, I was not a shareholder at that time.
So the clarifications that you have just given to Mr. Ghosh is based on matters that you have heard from others, meaning it is a hearsay evidence.
Correct.
Well, he's referred to a document. We haven't seen it yet. So he's referred to a source, and he's entitled to give direct evidence of what that source says. And we shall see if the source confirms what he says it says. And that is not hearsay.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not on that point. I just wanted to make it clear that Mr. Garg was not a shareholder at that point in time, and he could be wrong about the availability of those documents.
Well, I've heard his evidence, and we shall see what you produce.
Obliged, Your Honor.
If anything.
Obliged. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Garg. It is appreciated, as with any witness who is struggling with a cold, to come and give your evidence as you did. We're all grateful to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
You are released now, and we'll move to the next witness. You may sign off, Mr. Garg. He's gone. Yes. So we have.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Mr. Scandalis.
Yes. And we will have him affirmed or sworn as a matter of his choosing.
I believe he is yet to join the call.
Very well. I'm sure he'll come soon.
Yes, Your Honor. If we could just give him a minute.
Just give me his statement page number to get it up ready for action.
Page number 375 of the bundle, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, just for clarification, was it Mrs. Bijoy? Was it Dhruv or Scandalis now?
Scandalis. As per the schedule, it's Scandalis.
Okay. Okay. Sorry for that. Yeah. Okay.
Your Honor, Mr. Scandalis already on the call.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Scandalis. You are going to be asked to take an oath or affirm according to your preference before you give your evidence. Do you wish to affirm or take an oath?
To affirm, please, Your Honor.
Will you listen then please, to Miss Norton and follow her instructions in regard to your affirmation.
Indeed.
Thank you, Justice Moran. Good afternoon, Mr. Scandalous. Can I please ask you to confirm your full name and your occupation for the benefit of the court record?
Full name is Konstantinos Skandalis. My occupation is Executive Director for P79 Capital Limited in the DAFC.
Thank you. And Mr. Scandalous, keeping your voice elevated, can you please repeat after me? I affirm
I affirm
that I will say nothing but the truth.
that I will say nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Scandalous, you're going to be asked, do you have a request, Mrs. Bejoy, I should say, first of all, to lead any evidence in chief of this witness?
Apart from the standard questions, I do not have any clarifications or any examination in direct, Your Honor.
Or corrections of his statement?
No corrections.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Scandalous, I understand you're known as Dino by everybody, is that correct?
I am indeed, Your Honor.
Very well. I just want to ask you to be as close to the microphone as you can and to speak as clearly as you can. Are you hearing me correctly and clearly?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me okay?
I can now. You are much better now. I think you were sitting a little away from your computer. So if you could retain that position, we'll all hear you much better. So Mrs. Bejoy is going to ask you some formal questions about your statements, and then you will be cross-examined by Mr. Ghosh. So we will proceed from there. Mrs. Bejoy.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Scandalous, if I may please ask you to refer to page number 375 of the bundle. And would you confirm to me your full name and address as shown on the witness statement, please?
My full name is Konstantinos Skandalis, and my full address is Villa 20, Jumeirah Villas 2, Jumeirah 1, Dubai, United Arab Emirates.
Thank you. If I may please request you to refer to page number 380 of the bundle. Are you on page 380?
I am indeed.
Could you confirm to me the signature on this page is your signature?
It is indeed.
Thank you. Do you also confirm to me that the witness statement, the contents of the witness statement that we just saw is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dino. I'm used to call you Mr. Dino, so I'll call you by that name if you don't mind.
Please, by all means, then you can call me Mr. Dino, no problem.
Thank you. And first of all, congratulations. I mean, you and Mr. Dhruv had contributed immensely to the orders in CFI 06 and CFI 019. Without your contribution, those orders wouldn't have come. By helping SPL get those orders, I mean.
Is that a question or a statement?
No, I said congratulations.
It's not a question. It's a rather improper observation, but I'll disregard it and allow Mr. Ghosh to proceed. It's a matter for submission in due course. Please ask your questions, Mr. Ghosh, and Mr. Dino will answer them.
Mr. Dino, when did you resign from Snyder Prime Limited?
I resigned from Snyder Prime Limited on the 18th of June 2023 as a non-executive director, at the same time that I resigned from some Precious Metals in the same capacity.
So you were on the board of SAM Precious Metals on behalf of Snyder Prime Limited, if I remember correctly.
I was indeed, not from the beginning, and neither was I from the beginning at Snyder Prime Limited, but once I went on one, then I went on the board of the other as a non-executive director.
Okay. So why did you resign from Snyder Prime Limited?
I resigned from Snyder Prime Limited for the reasons that I gave in my email of resignation, which your clients have a copy of.
I didn't understand.
When I
He's saying,
resigned,
sorry, he's saying that his reasons are in an email of which your clients have a copy. I don't know whether that email is in the bundle or not, Mr. Ghosh. Do you want
No,
to
it's
take
not.
him?
It's not. No, it's okay. Okay.
Well, then
So-
I need an answer from Mr. Dino, if I may address you so, to that question. Why did you resign from Snyder Prime?
I resigned for a number of reasons. Just to summarize, certain developments had taken place between the time that defendant number 3 had rejoined us. I think it was middle of May from his temporary incarceration. Towards the end of the month, which was, I believe, around May 30th, an email went out from defendant number 2's email, which was clearly written by defendant number 3 as far as I was concerned, given the context and the language. It was addressed to claimant number 2, and in that email, basically, he wanted, or he asked claimant number 2 to consider replacing me as a non-executive director in the refinery with his father. And he didn't copy anybody else. And then claimant number 2 responded to that email and copied everybody, all the directors of claimant number 1 and defendant number 1. That was one of the reasons. The second reason was I got a call from the police a few days later, and I was told that defendant number 3 had launched some kind of criminal complaint against claimant number 2. And unbeknown to me, I was called as a witness, which of course I turned up at the police station, told them what I knew. But, that was, and I wrote in my resignation email, that was an unconscionable act because I was not consulted on the matter.
You were not what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last
I
bit.
was not consulted. I was not consulted.
Yes.
Okay. So, and a number of other things happened. 2 of the directors also resigned. I had a meeting during the reconciliation meeting, the reconciliation of meeting that was asked by the court in the CFI 19. I took the first meeting with Mr. Faisal, who represented claimant number 1. I relayed the position back, but because I was already sick and I got COVID on top of it, then that was continued by Mr. Dhruvacharya, my colleague. And there was a conclusion of June 14th. But during the morning of June 14th, we also got another email to our personal email addresses, we, meaning the board members of Snyder Prime Limited, from the email of the second defendant with shareholder resolutions with the appointments of defendant number 3's father and sister, which obviously were fake because they were never registered. And nothing about reappointing defendant number 3 on the board of SPL, which happened subsequently. So it all was going, I didn't know what was going on with any of this, Your Honor. Hence, I resigned.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay. So my next question, Mr. Dino, is what prompted you or what motivated you to give this witness today against SPL and in favor of SPM?
It's a witness of fact, I believe.
Yeah, but there has to be some motivation. I mean, I'm sure you didn't come up and say to Mr. Sami that I want to give witness. He asked you to give it.
The witness, I gave a as you will note from my witness statement, I gave an affidavit on the 17th of June 2023. And on the
Those
back of that
affidavits have already
affidavit,
been rejected by the court in CFI
that,
019.
that,
Mr. Ghosh, we're not going into CFI 019. The witness has referred to an affidavit he made. I have read that because it's an exhibit to referenced in his statement. Please ask him questions as to the facts that he has asserted, either in that affidavit or in this statement, which is before me.
Obliged. Okay. So let us go back to the main case then. Kindly say, after the MOU was signed, what really happened? Did Snyder Prime Limited manage to give 200 kg gold in the year 2018, or did they fail?
is clear from my witness statement and is also clear from the accounts of some precious metals, which I co-signed, the audited accounts, together with claimant number 2 for the years of 2018 and 2019, that what is shown as the contribution towards working capital was 4.9 million, which defendant number 3 asked claimant number 3 to arrange, okay? And that was the 4.9 million. And the other 1,041,000 plus change, that came from Snyder Prime Limited. And also you will note that when those amounts are dealt with in the SPA, in I believe it's clause 4.1 and 4.2. In clause 4.1, the 4.9 million was to be substituted with 100 kg of gold. And in terms of the repayment of the 1,041,000 to SPL, if I remember correctly, I think 291,000 was repaid. The balance was held against a debt owed by another entity which was operated by defendant number 3. And 100 kg then was put in place for defendant number 1 to bring by the end of December 2020. So again, just to be clear, 4.9 from the third party and 1.041, and then that, obviously there was that adjustment in the repayment of that. So we can cross-reference the numbers, and that is exactly, I believe, what is stated in the accounts. If you have a look at the accounts of some precious metals.
And that's the total contribution to investment. Well, the 4.9 was the total contribution to investment capital in SAM. Is that what you're saying?
In terms of the working capital relating to 200 kg, that is what I could ascertain, Your Honor, and that's what I signed on the accounts.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dino, can you come to page 600 of the trial bundle? It's an exhibit SC44, page 600.
Yeah.
This number is your number, I believe.
It is indeed.
Thank you. So I think this conversation is between you and Shakti.
It is it is between me and defendant number 3, as you can see with Google Meet.
So going down,
there is just one point, and I'm sorry for the interruption.
yes.
I believe there is some time difference. I think I have a different time on this specific conversation, but I believe it may be because the time on the phone was set at a different.
But it's a conversation
to a
between
different location.
You and Shakti. The green is you, is it? And
No, green is Shakti.
No, the green, Your Honor, the green is Shakti. We're talking, and basically what you can see there is I'm transcribing what he is articulating on the phone in long form.
So
sorry, you're transcribing.
Yes, we're having a conversation. So basically,
I see.
yeah, we're having a conversation. So it's saying, okay, what happened? Is this what, I mean, can we say that this happened? Does that make sense? How can we, so I'm transcribing in English.
I see. So you're having a conversation, and as he's talking, you are writing down on WhatsApp in black
Correct.
what he's saying.
Correct.
So are you saying this is not your messages? He is saying something and you're just typing it down in
What
WhatsApp
I'm
messages?
saying, yeah. What I'm saying is I am putting in readable format, right, what he is putting across to me, and I'm putting it in a format which is readable and so that can be looked at and examined whether it's appropriate in terms of the reference, in terms of the matters that we're discussing.
Okay. So if we look to the first page, 600, due to COVID, SPL's investor AG was getting spooked and demanded an exit. SPL agreed to transfer half of its shareholding in SPM to AG-controlled entity Rosieson. Share transfer agreement signed by SPL, Rosie and SPM incorporating a time-bound buyback option for these shares by SPL for around $19.5 million. Also incorporated was a sentence for SPL to provide 100 kg by 2020 year-end. Sam mentioned that SPL had breached the MOU by not giving total 200 kg working capital. Here we made a mistake and had completely forgotten that we had in fact given 205 kg as working capital, see slide 9. This was an oversight by us. Rosieson agreed to infuse the remaining 100 kg on its part. SPM had already received an approval from the UAE government to continue its operations during COVID. Profitability started to balloon. SPL was confident to be able to execute a share buyback. It engaged bankers as enough protections in the shareholders' reserve matters were added. Then Shakti is asking, how did Rosieson allocate 100 kg gold to SPM post 5th February STA? So kindly explain these two conversations.
Sorry, I don't understand you, Mr. Ghosh. Shakti was doing what?
No, this is a conversation which, according to my instructions, happened between Shakti and Mr. Dino. Now,
So what is your position on the evidence that has just been given that these were words spoken by Shakti that Mr. Dino noted down at the time for later consideration and review to see whether it was presentable? I think that is the sense of what he was saying. What is your position on that? That this is Shakti proposing something to be said to Mr. Dino?
That is what I'm trying to come to, Your Lordship. In the next green thing, how did Rosieson allocate 100 kg gold to SPM? This is coming from Shakti. So suddenly, after this message, Shakti keeps quiet and nobody discusses anything. That's not possible.
Well, just wait a minute. Let me read the bit that you haven't read, which is at the top of page 601, where it's the continuations.
Yeah, this is the continuation. And then how did Rosieson?
Well, let me read it, please. Yes, so carry on. You come to Shakti now asking the question, yes. How did Rosieson allocate 100k gold to SPM post 5th February's STA?
Yes. And then Mr. Dino says, we don't know. We only know that the audited financials show a closing balance of 6 million at year-end 2020 under Mrs. Rosieson gold account under equity funds. On the asset side, it would have to be either gold or cash. Then Mr. Shakti says, okay. So had it been Shakti all the way, there was no point of Mr. Shakti asking these questions again. I believe, Mr. Dino, whatever you just mentioned, you are simply lying before this court. You're giving a false statement.
I am sorry. How are you in a position to do that?
I don't know.
Right? Have you opened all the WhatsApps? do you know how many dozens of groups of WhatsApps
I don't
there
need to
are
answer
between
your
the different
questions.
participants? No, I'm sorry. I'm not. You said something which I should
The
take
court will
offense to.
decide. Court will decide whether I am saying whatever I'm saying is right or wrong.
Well, I don't know what you're saying at the moment, Mr. Ghosh, about this conversation, because you haven't put it clearly to the witness. You've said he's lying, but you haven't specified in what respect he is lying. What he has said is that on page 600, the black wording is his typing what is being said to him at the time it is being said by Shakti, and then Shakti asks the question, how did Rosie's son
Lordship,
allocate the gold? What are you putting is a lie?
the statement that he had simply typed what Shakti was speaking to him over Google Meet. It is not the case. It is his contribution. It is his typing on his own. This is his statement, not Mr. Shakti, whatever Shakti said, that he is simply typing what Mr. Shakti said. That
Right.
is the suggestion which I'm putting to him, that you are making a false statement, Mr. Dino.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You've made it
then-
clear now. Mr. Dino, will you answer that suggestion that what you've said is a false statement?
What I said is the correct statement, and maybe Mr. Ghosh wants to ask his client on have a look on the 6th or 7th of November on the various email messages whereby he is wondering himself, why did SPL sign the 31st of December resolution, right? It's a rhetorical question he's making, clearly, right? Which he signed without consulting anybody else. So that's my answer.
Are you saying, in effect, that he was wondering to himself why he had signed the 31st of December?
He was looking for a narrative, Your Honor. So
He was looking for a narrative.
Yes, because if you're going to build a case, then you will say, okay, this is how can this be presented? What is a logical argument to make on something specific?
A narrative.
So
a narrative to what purpose? What do you say he was preparing here in this conversation with you as a narrative to achieve what?
Well, I think I believe all of us wanted to bring this matter to a conclusion because this shareholders dispute had gone on since 2021. And from the latter part of 2021, I took it upon myself to put everything through an email exchange from SPL side, to put the side of SPL, whatever principles after discussion wanted to communicate across some precious metals, as I was sitting on both boards, which was kindly corresponded by one of the other directors. And we were hoping to resolve everything through that avenue. Unfortunately, that wasn't to be. So the other avenues that were examined at that point were, was there a way to resolve matters through through the court? Okay, and the pertinent court was the DFC court, hence legal opinions were procured, and I was in some of the meetings for those legal opinions, together with defendant number 3, and some of them with Mr. Dhruva Acharya as well. And so that's the context of all this. And they were, at that time, defendant number 3 wasn't meeting many people in person, so a lot of the calls were over WhatsApp.
Very well. So just going back to this black dictation, as you've described it to be, recorded from what Mr. Shakti was saying to you. The line that I'm interested in, because what I'm concerned with is whether SPL did invest as capital in SAM 200 kilograms of gold. The part here where he says, here we made a mistake and had completely forgotten that we had in fact given 205 kilograms as working capital, see slide 9, that I think will be a reference to a slide from another WhatsApp message. This was an oversight by us.
I mean, obviously, Your Honor, that's all the gold to forget, number one. Number two, in terms of the actual annual accounts, I had signed the annual audited accounts of SPL for 2018 and 2019. So I had no reference to that figure of giving 200 kg for those 2 years.
Yes, that's what
as audited by the auditors, yes.
That's what I want to get at. This was being suggested to you, but from what you're saying, it's not the truth that 205 kilograms of gold had been given as working capital. Because what you've told me is that what is shown in the accounts is the limit of the working capital that SPL invested in SAM. Is that the position or not?
That is the position, Your Honor. And as I said, I co-signed the audit financial statements on behalf of, I co-signed it as a director of some precious metals, of claimant number one. But nothing was challenged by anybody else. And I think also all of us were a lot more engaged in the first couple of years in the operation in terms of sort of frequently making visits to the refinery and consulting with, the shareholders, etc. Obviously, the shareholders had their own discussions. So I had no reason to see that there was anything but what was signed officially in the account.
Very well. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Ghosh, carry on.
Yes, so regarding this conversation, it's 205 kgs. Is it equivalent to the amount which we have seen in the convertible loan section in 2018 AFS? The 3 items which are mentioned there, which we have been discussing for the last 2 days. If you shall I take you there, you will be able to answer properly.
Sorry,
Yes.
which document are you referring to?
You need to take him to it, please, Mr. Ghosh.
Yes, I'll take you there.
Please.
It's the audited Exhibit 4 to the expert's report at page 771, and the page which specifically we are looking at is at $791.
We're looking at 791.
Sorry, 792. I'm sorry, 792, item number 3. So I've been instructed to state that these 3 amounts, if you add up 7.99, it is actually 205 kgs of gold.
That's not in the balance sheet, though, is it?
Pardon?
That's not the balance sheet. The balance sheet of the financial statements is contained further up towards the beginning, and let me find it, if I may, and that is on page, just a second.
No, I'm just trying to understand if this 205 kg, which is mentioned in the WhatsApp messages, does it corroborate with these 3 amounts adding up to 7.99 in terms of the gold rate at that point of time?
One of those amounts, the only 2 amounts is the 4.9 and the 1.041. These are amounts in cash, you will know. You will also know that the third amount, which is the first one, which is the 2,050,000 change, corresponds to roughly 50 kilos of gold. right?
Yes.
There is no gold reference to the other amounts because the other amounts were part of the working capital. This,
No. My point
this-
is, does
Just-
3 add
Can
up
I
to the
finish?
balance?
Mr. Ghosh, Mr.
Yes.
Ghosh, don't
sorry.
interrupt when
Yeah.
the witness is giving an answer. Please finish your answer.
this was an amount which, in essence, is a payable. It's a gold amount which is a payable. Now, I cannot recall off the top of my head why it was labeled in the note, which this is converted net assets as compared with conventional presentation. So that I assume is some kind of gold accounting. But in the balance sheet, as well as it is shown here, the actual working capital, the 5-year working capital, the convertible notes, and can I clarify also when we say convertible notes, the financing was supposed to be for 5 years. Convertible notes, the conversion is a matter of if somebody defaults, then you can convert your debt to equity, okay, to be able to salvage something. Hence the conversion date. But the debenture securities are rolled every year for 5 years. This other one, which is the 49.75 kilos, is a gold amount and should be reflected in accounts payable. So I'm sure if you have accounting experts, they can explain that better.
So just pause there a moment. It's a gold amount that should be reflected in accounts payable.
That's what I believe, Your Honor. But obviously, if you have any expert witnesses that are chartered accountants, they'll be able to.
Don't worry about that. I have the evidence that I have before me. But what I am interested in is you were saying this is not part of the investment capital, which is shown in the balance sheet, and you were looking for the balance sheet in this document to point that out to me, and you went
Correct.
to look up the pages to take me to it, and that's what I would like to see now, please, because you weren't allowed to finish your answer. You were interrupted. So what are you referring to?
I am referring, Your Honor, to page 778.
Let me get there, please.
Sure.
Right.
So
Page 778, this is the balance sheet.
This is the second part of the balance sheet. It starts on 777. And in the first section on 777, it's got the assets.
Yes.
And then the equity and liabilities. So
Yes.
if we go over the next page, 778, we will come down to the current liabilities. And at the bottom of the current liabilities, you will see an entry called convertible loans.
Yes.
And that's 5.941,711, which is the 4.9 plus the 1.041,711.
Pause there, please. I want to make a note of that. So just to be clear, that convertible loans figure, there's a note to it as well, 13. That is the addition of the 4.9 million investment capital provided through Asil Jewelry, provided from Asil Jewelry, but through Snyder Prime Limited, representing its contribution to the investment capital of SAM, 4.9 million. It was not, in fact, rendered in gold, but in cash with a margin representing 100 kilograms of gold. And in addition to that, there is the 1,041 and change figure that you mentioned. And those two figures add up to 5,941,711 that we're looking at here as convertible loans. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, with the only proviso that I'm talking about the dollar amounts, the actual conversion into the quantity of gold, then, I think that's easily ascertainable. But yeah,
Yes.
those are the dollar amounts.
Right. So can we look at note 13, please? Which we'll get there. Note 13, which I've already been drawn my attention. This is on page
787, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. There are the two figures I've just mentioned to you. And are you saying that is the total of the investment capital that SPL put or arranged to put into SAM?
My knowledge, Your Honor, yes. And it may be helpful if I make a reference, and I'm not 100% sure that this, I'm just trying to trace back to this specific number of the 49, short of 50 kilos, the 2,050,000 that Mr. Ghosh referred to.
Yes.
Right, in the other note. Now, I recall that there was an amount which was similar to that could possibly be utilized, That was from another entity, which name escapes me, but it wasn't. In fact, we had prepared some documentation for the debentures and side letters to evidence the promissory notes, which I believe I had shared with the management or the finance officer at the refinery. But the only ones that I think were proceeded with were these ones that we see in note 13.
Well, we've been looking at those documents, a promissory note that was in prospect that's not been signed. And the evidence I have been given is that money was paid over to SAM at the end of 1 year and paid back a week later, the end of 2018, and paid back at the beginning of 2019, and that there was discussion that it might be provided as investment capital, but in the end it was not. Does that jog your memory?
That is yes. That is my understanding, and that's why I have referred to it as a trade payable, which was in gold form.
So it's a trade payable. Yes, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Dino, this note number 13, this 5.9 million, is it equivalent to 150 kgs of gold?
I'm not a gold trader, Mr. Ghosh, so.
Okay, so you're not sure about
financial. The audited financial statements refer to numbers, not gold grams.
Okay. So now let us come to you were the architect of the share transfer agreement, if I understand correctly, if I remember also, and you've also mentioned in the witness statement that you had some contribution to make in the share transfer agreement as far as the drafting is concerned. Am I right?
I had a contribution in that document, yes.
Okay, so let's open the share transfer. According to you, how do you analyze the share transfer agreement?
Well, let's get it up first, Mr. Ghosh, so he can look at it.
Yeah. So
Page Which page
Yeah.
is it?
It's at page, I'm opening I've taken notes from the expert. It was 752.
Have you got it in front of you, Mr. Dino?
Just a second, Your Honor. I do indeed. Yes. Yes.
Yes. So how do you interpret the buyback provisions?
Can you be more specific, Mr. Ghosh?
Pardon?
I mean, is there anything there that any specific point that requires interpretation?
Yes, because it says the share buyback is effected no later than 31st October 2020, and the consideration to be paid to Rosie for the share buyback is as follows. So practically, one is I wanted to understand the intent of drafting this when you, in your statements before the other in the other cases, have made it very clear that Snyder Prime Limited's executives or directors were not allowed into the refinery of SAM.
Mr. Ghosh, you're making statements, but you're not asking a comprehensible question that the witness can answer. What do you want to ask about these buyback provisions, which were never implemented? What do you want to ask about it?
Okay, so what happened to the buyback provisions? Why it didn't take effect?
Okay. Now thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Now I understand where you're coming from. As far as I'm aware, what happened was that an external firm was engaged by Snyder Prime Limited. It was, I believe, an Indian firm with a presence in Dubai, not one that would be well known here, but I believe one that is known back in its place of incorporation. So when they got hired, I believe that the remit was to raise, I don't recall the amount, but it was in excess of $25 million. And that was between equity and working capital. If I remember correctly, there was some amount of working capital there. I don't recall the exact uses of that. But normally, I mean, in my experience, when you engage somebody and you give them a mandate to go out and raise some capital, be it debt capital or equity capital, then, there is a whole DD that they have to undertake on whoever is going to raise that money.
You said due diligence, you mean?
Due diligence, yes.
Due diligence. You're using acronyms of the trade.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, due diligence.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I just want it to be clear for the record what you're saying, that this entity had to conduct due diligence investigations.
They had to conduct due diligence investigations, correct. So part of some shares were held in the name of Snyder Prime Limited. So therefore, it was one of the assets of Snyder Prime Limited. In fact, in terms of value, it was the principal asset, I would say, sort of given the performance of some precious metals, that was doing well. Therefore, when you do that list, what you normally advise or tell these advisors is you draw a list of potential funders where you're going to raise this money from. You clear the list with me, any name, before going out and talking to them. Okay? Why? Because they are sensitive commercial relationships, and you don't want to be stepping on feet that you don't want to be stepping. what I believe happened in this specific occasion was that, and maybe Mr. Acharya, who was closer to that specific exercise, can supplement or correct me. Somehow they spoke to one or more of the local banking entities, one of which was, I believe, Emirates NBD, which obviously at that time, at least, it was the prime banking relationship of some precious metals. They called up second claimant, obviously, who's the general manager and the main shareholder, and a very unpleasant. There were some very unpleasant repercussions in terms of that conversation. Anyway, it was all.
The bank you mentioned, Emirates MBD, was it?
That's what I was told. I was told. Well, in fact, I think it was in a meeting at claimant number one's office, and I was told that they called up by claimant number two, that Emirates MBD, and we were all there, I believe, that they called up, and basically, I think he was coming from the point of view of, if my main bank is being spoken to about Snyder Prime Limited raising capital to be deployed wherever, it may be the refinery or to buy back the shares or wherever, and they are looking to me. I think one, he may have perceived it as in effect being a soft guarantor for that through the refinery, and it may have been his perception.
Whose perception? Sorry, you're losing me.
Okay, so if I come to you and I'm telling you that one of your shareholders is going to, wants to borrow money, okay, and I'm your main banking relationship, it is natural that you will feel uncomfortable because, one, it may affect your limits with the bank. Somebody else is taking up limits by borrowing one of your shareholders. And it may be perceived that in some way they're looking to you to bless the transaction, in essence, as a soft guarantor or something like that. That's how I believe that it went down. Yes. It went down, as you can imagine, a little bit like a lead balloon. So that kind of project. Yeah.
I have that, and I've allowed this question to be developed and you to give your answer. But Mr. Ghosh, why is this relevant to the issues that I'm determining at all? I've given you a great deal of latitude. We are confined by the issues I'm trying. What has this got to do with the dispute between the parties, which is whether SPL invested 200 kilograms of gold as investment capital in SAM or not? This is nothing to do with it, it seems to me. I've tried to take a note, but frankly, these commercial machinations have nothing to do with the straightforward question of whether a promised investment, if it was promised, bindingly promised, was made or not. So why are you exploring this? If it's not relevant, please move on.
The reason why I asked this question, Your Lordship, and is the allegation of the defendants are from the beginning that this buyback provision did not get into effect because the claimant number 2 didn't allow those bankers, which Mr. Dino is talking about correctly, access to the premises. Right. It was thwarted.
Mr. Ghosh, you've gone far enough. That is nothing to do with the issues I am trying, this buyback provision. I am not dealing with that. So will you please move on to a topic which is relevant to the issues under trial?
Okay, Your Lordship. So coming back to the share transfer agreement, what is your comment on the default clause?
Which is clause? Can you please point me to the clause, Mr. Ghosh?
It's clause 13. It is clause 13 at internal pages 10. And bundle is 761.
Mr. Ghosh, that is not
Yes.
a proper question to ask you. What is your comment on a particular clause? On the clause 13 is the defaulting shareholder clause. What is your question relevant to the issues that I'm trying?
Yeah, I am trying to relate this to a document which is Exhibit SC45, where Mr. Dino has made a comment about this. So I wanted to understand whether that comment was again drafted under the instructions of Shakti Chauhan, as he mentioned before. It is a WhatsApp conversation, or what was the intent behind not
Well,
putting that event of default, that breach of that shareholder?
Don't speak over each other. Will you just ask a question, a comprehensible question that you would like this witness to answer that is relevant to the
Yes.
issues I am trying?
Yes, Your Lordship. So, Mr. Dino, under clause 13, why didn't you incorporate the clause that in the event Snyder Prime Limited fails to bring 100 kg of gold in terms of the STA, it will be considered as an event of default?
Because that is a separate matter altogether. The specific event of default here, as you can see, is very, very narrow, and that's why it's defined.
Where is it?
That's why I was surprised that you asked for interpretation. Event of default is defined as is defined as 13.1 A and B. Okay. There is no provision. Yeah, A and B. 13.1 A and B.
Yeah, correct.
These are the two definitions, right?
Yes.
You're talking about the potentially if either of the parties, because there were two parties. There was Rosison, 100 kg to replace the 4.9, and there was Snyder Prime Limited. There were no provisions because all the participants did not instruct that any provisions be put in terms of, say, what would be the liquidated damages or some clause of that nature if, that specific undertaking was not performed.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, instructions were not provided to you that this clause should be a default clause regarding breach of failure to bring 100 kg of gold by either of the parties.
There was no, as you can see, there is nothing leading, there is nothing specifically inserted in the agreement with respect to that, exactly what you mentioned. The same way there is, sort of no other specific details in terms of, for example, the form. 100 kg of gold, it doesn't state whether it would be in gold or it would be in cash, right?
Agreed.
Or whether it would be in a promissory note or it would be in some form. I mean, these are, I'm sure you are well aware, the participants of the gold market tend to be more informal than most other businesses, and sort of they pick and choose which kind of clauses they want to insert in their agreement.
Mr. Dino, thank you for that answer. Mr. Ghosh, the fact that it's not a prescribed event of default, an obligation under a contract, the fact is, or the question is, whether it is an obligation or not, and whether the obligation has been breached. Whether it's included as a specific event of default does not alter the fact of it being an obligation or not, and does not affect the issue of whether there may have been a breach of it or not. So this really is not assisting your client's case at all, this exploration of what is and is not included in specific events of default that the parties provided for. They provided for other obligations, and that is what I have to decide, what those obligations were, and I have to decide if they were breached. So this is with respect, an unhelpful line of cross-examination that is not assisting your client. And I'm trying to be helpful to you and to your client to focus on the relevant matters that I have to decide. This is not one of them.
Obliged, Your Lordship. So one last question, Mr. Dino. It's not a question, it's a suggestion. The suggestion is you file this witness statement under pressure from the claimant number 2.
Absolutely not. I only file witness statement if I feel that there is something that I can contribute, not under pressure from defendant number
Claimant,
1,
not
2,
defendant.
3. Sorry, defendant or claimant. It's my witness statement.
Thank
Thank
you. That's all.
Mrs. Bejoy, do you have any re-examination?
No, Your Honor, I don't have any re-examination.
Thank you very much. So the next witness, thank you. I beg your pardon, Mr. Skandalis, Mr. Dino, as we've all referred to you. Thank you very much for your evidence. You may be released now and you can leave the hearing as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right, so we're going on to Mr. Dhruva Acharya next, and we'll take a short break of 10 minutes before we do so.
Good afternoon, Dhruva. How are you?
I'm good. Asha.
Good afternoon, everybody. Again.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mr. Dhruva, would you like to keep your video on?
It is on, yes.
We're not able
Can
to
you
see
see
you.
me?
I can see Mr. Dhruva. Mr. Acharya. Perhaps yours isn't working, Mrs. Bejoy.
I'm able to see now, Your Honor.
Oh, you can see, good.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Right, now we need either Ms. Quali from the courts. Here she is, Ms. Quali. Mr. Acharya, you have an option either to be sworn or to affirm the truth of your evidence. Which of those options would you like to adopt? You can do that now with Ms. Quali from the courts.
What's the distinction, Your Honor?
Would you like to affirm or make an oath?
I'd like to affirm what I have written in the witness statement.
Affirm, very well. So will you listen carefully to what Ms. Quali is about to say to you and follow her instructions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please confirm your name and occupation for the court's record?
Yep, my name is Dhruva Acharya. I'm a senior executive officer with P79 Capital, India FC.
Please repeat after me. I affirm that I will say nothing but the truth.
I affirm that I will say nothing but the truth.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Acharya, your evidence, your voice, I'm sorry, and hopefully not your evidence, but your voice is very indistinct. So you must be a distance away from a microphone. That is why your microphone is down on your chest. So you're going to have to do.
Is this better?
That's better, yes.
Okay, perfect.
But you may not be able to hold it there. Have you got? What are you using in order to communicate with the court? Are you using a computer or a phone or what? A computer.
Yep.
Right. Well, let's see how it goes. But you really do need to speak slowly and clearly so that I can understand and hear what you have to say.
Understood, Your Honor.
Right. You'll be asked some formal questions now by Mrs. Bejoy, and then you'll be cross-examined by Mr. Ghosh.
Hi, Mr. Acharya. Could I ask you to refer to page number 382 of the bundle?
Okay, I'm on that page.
Do you confirm that this is your witness statement?
Yes, I confirm.
Could you please confirm your full name and address as reflected on the witness statement, please?
Sure. My name is Dhruva Acharya. The address is Al Majara 1, 1606, Dubai Marina, Dubai, UAE. However, since then, I have moved to a new address in Marina, but on the date of signing the witness statement, this is my address.
Thank you. Could I now ask you to refer to page number 387 of the bundle?
Yes, okay, I'm on page 387.
Do you confirm that it is your signature that is appearing on this page?
Yes, I confirm.
You confirm that you signed this witness statement?
Yes, I do.
Do you also confirm to the facts that are stated in the witness statement are true to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acharya. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ghosh.
Yes. Mr. Acharya, as a director of, ex-director of the defendant number one, what were your roles or scope of work?
Right. Just to clarify, I was a non-executive director, and there has never been any employment letter stating any roles and responsibilities for myself. In fact, there has been no agreement that or employment contract ever signed between myself and the defendant.
But nonetheless, you did act as a non-executive director. In what roles? What did you do?
Your Honor, I was asked to attend certain board meetings, not all of them. In fact, I think I attended about 40% of all the board meetings that transpired. I was also asked to witness certain board meetings, but not all of them. And in certain capacity, based on the authority given by the shareholders on a case-to-case basis, attend meetings or sign on their behalf.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. So, may I, Lordship, continue?
Yes, certainly. I was waiting for you.
Yeah. So when the MOU was signed, were you a part of the defendant number one?
SPL? No, I wasn't.
Okay. And also the share transfer agreement regarding that, were you part of the defendant number one?
Just to be very clear, I was a part as a non-exec. What that means is I was not a part of signing the agreement or negotiating the agreement, but I was made aware of the terms of the agreement as a general conversation. But I was definitely a non-exec director on when the STA was signed.
Okay. So in paragraph 6, you have mentioned that the first defendant was unable to provide 100 kg of gold despite several assurances. So this, how do you come to know about this? From the witness statements of the other, from the other claimants, or from the balance sheet or annual financial statements?
So this was a lot of conversations around this whole thing. And obviously the STA, when we had to, or when SPL had to give up a majority or a big part of their shareholding, something led to that event happening. Otherwise, people don't give up 25% for no reason of such a valuable asset. Right? So it was, I would say, quite apparent that some commitments had not been fulfilled by SPL. And then I was present and I signed, I witnessed 2 board meetings specifically. I think there was a board meeting on 27th of May 2020 and 5th July 2020, where again these points were, revised and stressed upon.
What was the second date? I've got the dates, 27th of May and what date in July?
5th July 2020, Your Honor.
5th July, thank you. When these matters were raised, when these failures to, you described it as not complying with apparent commitments.
Yes, and in fact, Your Honor, I would like to add more color to it, because even though I was a non-executive director of SPL, I actually held other roles within the bigger scheme of things. I continue to be the SEO of a DIFC-based fund called P79 Capital, right? I was definitely aware of this obligation. And I just want to make a small point here, right? Because I read a couple of the arguments presented by the defendants in this. There was a reason why I quit, and stop me if I'm not sounding relevant. there was a reason that I had quit the company sometime in June
Right.
2020.
We're not, Mr. Ghosh will go there if he wants to in a moment, but at the moment you're simply explaining why and how you became aware of the failures, apparent failures of SPL to comply with its commitments. So
In
that's
fact, there are more instances. Sorry,
there are
more instances, Your Honor.
more instances.
Yeah, more instances.
Tell us then of those other instances.
Sure. So there are these board meetings. Then I was made aware much later of a resolution dated 31st December 2020, where the defendant clearly acknowledged that he had not given these 100 kg, 100 kg to the claimant. Right? However, it was put to us in a very, how should I put it, in not very clear terms. Post signing of this agreement of 31st December 2020, which I was not made aware of. I was not a party to that agreement. I was not even informed of this agreement's existence. But much later, maybe about a year later, I was told conveniently by I think defendant number 2, Shakti Chauhan, or maybe defendant number three, that he had been coerced into signing this December 2020 resolution, and he wanted to file certain complaints against the claimant to recover some of the dues. So, Your Honor, in 2022, we actually took a formal exercise in getting legal opinion around this matter. During the legal opinion process, where we engaged some fairly large DIFC firms such as Adil Shaw and Al Tamimi, a lot of these points were discussed in detail. And this was when I'm going to
stop you there. These would be privileged matters. Talking of conversations with lawyers, Mr. Ghosh, you are in control. You are questioning, and
Yes,
whether your client wishes to waive privilege because he's answering your question about how he came to know of the matters that he has asserted in his statement before me. That is a matter for you in cross-examination to either waive the privilege if you have your client's instructions to do so, so that he may tell me about this, or otherwise I will stop him. Do you wish to take instructions? Do you wish to have a minute to take instructions?
Yes, I shall.
Right. Well, I will go off the line. You presumably have some means of communicating with Mr. Shakti.
Yes.
Yes.
I already have the instruction. He doesn't want it to go to that direction.
Very well. Mr. Acharya, you understand the rule of privilege, I'm sure. And though the question was asked, I am going to prohibit you from revealing privileged matters for the protection of the defendant's proper legal interests.
Got it.
Very well. So at all events, you say that you became aware of the matters that are in your statement by the means that you have so far given me, and other means which I am not going to allow you to detail before the court. So, Mr. Ghosh, I think you had better move to a different topic.
Yes, Your Lordship, because most of the paragraphs now starting from say 11 to the end, it's about CFI 19 and 6, which are not relevant. We have already decided that we will not discuss that.
Yes.
So I'll not ask any questions from them. The only last question which I'll ask Mr. Acharya was, what was the motivation or consideration to immediately join the defendant claimant number 1 after resigning from the defendant number 1 and giving this witness statement?
So, Your Honor, I will give you 2 points. Number 1 is that as a part of the negotiation process during CFI 19, we were instructed by the Honorable Judge to enter into settlement discussions with the opposing party. And in those discussions, Your Honor, I spent a good 5 to 6 hours listening to in detail about what kind of mischief was being wreaked by the by the now defendants in this case, right? We even got an offer for settlement to which we were completely snubbed, or I was completely snubbed. In fact, I was threatened.
I'm going to stop you again, Mr. Acharya, again, for the protection of the defendants. These discussions presumably were subject to without prejudice privilege, the same as legal professional privilege, unless you, Mr. Ghosh, have instructions to allow the witness to go into these matters. You've asked the question, but you see where it's going.
Yes.
I am not going to I'm not going to allow evidence to be given about without prejudice privileged communications unless you press on with the question you have asked. If you do, then that is an invitation to this witness to disclose these matters. Do you understand?
Yes. Just give me 1 second. I mean, give me one
Yes.
second.
Yes. Turn off your microphone, yes.
I was sorry for that interruption. Yeah, so of course, he's totally going in a different direction. So we will not certainly want to discuss that because CFI 019 has been allowed. But anyway, so no more questions, Mr. Dhruvacharya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ghosh. There's nothing that you want to nothing else that you want to challenge in his witness statement that he's said.
No, it's all about 06 and 019.
Well, he said rather a lot more about the failure to contribute the working capital of gold.
That was just a statement, and obviously he himself said that he has no knowledge actually what happened. He was never allowed in the meetings. I'll cover this in the submission, but yes, the last suggestion is whatever you mentioned in your witness statement is a personal vendetta against the defendant number 2 and 3.
What do you say to that, Mr. Acharya? A personal vendetta against
It's definitely incorrect, Your Honor, because what transpired is that Shakti Chauhan Phoebe Tucker put a false complaint against me in Fujairah jail, and this case I won subsequently. So they in fact put me in prison on a false charge, which I won in Jan, and I've countersued them. And I'm glad Shantur brought it up because it's SPL who has actually threatened me and put false cases against me for personal vendetta.
Very
If
well.
you want, I can upload those documents as well. Shantur, I thank you for bringing that up.
Yes. Sometimes there is a question too far, Mr. Ghosh.
Judge, if I may, those two board meetings which I witnessed, and I think I was signatory as well, those were very clear about this 200 kgs. Now we were fighting a very different battle in the other CFI cases, which I would not refer to. Yes. But a lot of conversation is privileged and confidential, and which is why I resigned. But again,
I understand that, but you are entitled to talk about the board meetings that you were present at, and you've given your evidence that you learned of the failure to supply the 200 kilograms of gold from those board meetings. And that is the evidence that I will consider and on which Mr. Ghosh will make his submissions in due course as to whether I should accept it or not. Ms. Bijor, do you have any re-examination?
No, Your Honor, I do not have any questions for Mr. Acharya.
Thank you very much. Well, Mr. Acharya, it's been rather shorter than we anticipated it might be. No doubt you're very glad about that, but we can dispense with your further attendance today. You may leave the hearing by the technical means that are at your disposal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shantanu. Thanks, Asha. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, the judicial mind has a capacity to perform mental gymnastics. So there are matters often revealed that we are trained to disregard in reaching our decision. And you will both appreciate that certain matters were raised there, which do not touch upon the issues which are for trial. And that is why I've tried to confine matters to those issues. So, very well. We have next.
I think the expert, right?
I think it is Mr. Shakti.
It's Mr. Shakti next.
Not expert?
Yes.
No,
Expert is only coming tomorrow.
Yes, we have the expert evidence, but it is 20 to 5.
If your lordship allows, can we start tomorrow?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't want Mr. Shakti's evidence to be broken, as it were. I'd rather receive it in fairness to him. It would be unfair, I think, for him to be examined in chief on matters where I will give permission for him to be examined in chief, in the same way as I did to the claimant's witnesses, and then there to be a gap overnight before his cross-examination. So I think the fair and safe thing to do, even though we are slightly behind in terms of time, is to adjourn now and resume in the morning with the evidence of Mr. Chauhan, Mr. Shakti, as we're calling him. Just looking, as a matter of housekeeping, at the timetable and the way the witness evidence has gone, it seems to me that we probably will be in a position to start the evidence which is scheduled for the 29th of May, certainly by that date. I would have thought that we would deal with Mr. Shakti and Mr. Fakhran tomorrow without any difficulty and get to the expert evidence perhaps in the afternoon. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I'm not sure how long Mr. Shakti's cross-examination will go, but Fakhran obviously will not be a long affair.
No.
So I believe maybe we can touch upon the expert tomorrow itself. Yeah.
Well, yes.
Your Honor, I would have to check with the expert on their schedule because I may have to give them an advance notice. As it is appearing in the schedule, they were supposed to be coming only on the 29th. So if you allow me to take a permission and then to get back to you, Honor, on their availability for tomorrow.
Well, the expert, he was supposed to be here tomorrow anyway, the expert.
No, expert was supposed to be here on the day after tomorrow, Your Honor, on the 29th. Tomorrow is 29th, Asha.
Tomorrow is
sorry, I stand corrected. Yes, 29th is tomorrow. Yeah, of course, they would be available. Yeah. Apologize for the mix up.
It's not so bad that we've lost touch with reality or time, I hope, in the conduct of
yeah,
this
we were still in 2018 and 2019.
Yeah, well, that may be a problem for all of us. Yes, I would say that we're likely to get to the expert witness tomorrow afternoon at the time designated, unless you tell me, Mrs. Bejoy, that you anticipate being a lot longer with Mr. Chauhan than you think.
I do not think so, Your Honor. As such, I am anticipating that it wouldn't be too long. However, I would have to evaluate maybe after 30 minutes, yes. I would be in a position to confirm to you how long will I need.
Very well. Well, we'll travel in hope, and I look forward to seeing you all in the morning and Mr. Shakti to give his evidence then.
Yes, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much. Good day to you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good day to you.